We are starting. On behalf of Shantigiri Research Foundation, Indian Council of Philosophical Research, and Veda Research Institute. So today our first speaker is Professor Sumanapala Galmangoda. So Professor Sumanapala is familiar to almost all scholars, especially in the stream of philosophy, Sanskrit, and linguistics, I feel. And his knowledge in Ayurveda, especially Buddhist Ayurveda and Buddhist psychiatry, is amazing. In Sri Lanka, he was a professor in Kelaniya University for 4 years. In various capacities, he worked. Not only he worked in the university, but he was instrumental in setting up several universities in Colombo. Not only in Colombo, in Sri Lanka. It is, in his friend, I don't know, he is generally known as the walking library in Sri Lanka. And he has a lot of disciples in various walks of life. Because I have been to Sri Lanka once. I moved along with him, then I came to know that he's a wonderful person who has demonstrated his capabilities in different areas of life. As a guide, as a mentor, as a philosopher, like that. So today we have Professor Sumanapala for our special address. I invite Professor Sumanapala to make the presentation. Thank you, Professor Sumanapala, please.
Thank you. Good evening, distinguished guests, great scholars. First of all, I am very thankful to Shantigiri Foundation, especially to my close friend, Professor Gopinath, for inviting me to participate in this conference. Actually, this conference is very important at this time, because normally we call spiritual East and material West. Therefore, I think time has come to consider on the spiritual aspect more than before. Because, for example, according to the statistics of the United Nations, in 2015, more than 700 million people in the world were suffering from extreme poverty. And in 2017, more than 800 million people were undernourished. And in 2018, more than 70 million people were forced from home due to conflicts and persecutions. And now, in this era, more than 7 million people are affected with COVID-19. In addition to that, over the past decades, we have seen many people all over the world are suffering from diabetics and cholesterol problems and pressure. and diabetics, etc. And also, in addition to that, many people, every country, many people are suffering from mental illnesses, phobia, stress, and depression, etc., anxiety, etc. Then I am not going to give all the statistics, but scholars are very familiar with these statistics in the modern world. Then sometimes I feel the modern world is like a hospital. Therefore, I think we cannot separate COVID-19 as a single event. I understand it is like a chain of disasters, especially caused by the human actions. Because mostly today, modern world is based on materialistic view. They hope to solve all kinds of problems through science and technology. Sometimes they don't believe about a mind, but in our Indian traditions, Asian traditions, we all believe that there is a particular sense of a human being called mind, manas. We have to accept that. And also, according to Buddhism and many other Indian sciences, for example, I will refer to Ayurveda. Samadosa, samagnischa, samadhatu malakriya, prasannatmendriya manah swasta ityabhidiyate. Prasanna atma indriya mana. This spiritual side should be well. Otherwise, we cannot lead the satisfied life. And according to Buddhism, we know the person is analyzed into 5 aggregates: form, feeling, perception, disposition, and consciousness. Out of the 5 facts, 4 are mental. And also in Buddhism also Indian heritage, Buddha has recommended 4 kinds of foods for the people to lead the satisfied life. What are the 4 foods? Kabalinkara, edible food. Pasahara, feelings is a food, feeling. Mano sanchetana, determination, dispositions. Vijnana, the personality. Then out of the 4 kinds of foods, 4 are mental foods. Then today world is lacking with mental food. Only material food are supplied abundantly. Then people take material food. Then they are overnourished, right? Then they face it many problems. And also, they have no limit in the mentality. For example, greed, hatred, and delusion, right? These are rooted. But our Indian traditions always advise to reduce greed, hatred, and delusion. But modern world is increasing them. Then there is no end. Nachahu nacha bhavishyati nachetarahi vijjati. The Buddha has explained there was no fully satisfied person in the past, at present, or in the future. There will not be. Because everything is in a flux. Everything is impermanent, changing. In this changing world, we have to understand the great science, what is called life science. Life science, without understanding the life science, we cannot face with these disasters. These are mostly human creations, because of the behavior of the people, without ending, because of extremist practices. The world has become an unsuitable place for living beings. Therefore, I think these disasters coming every year, every time, because of human actions, karma. For example, I will refer to the Ayurvedic measures. There are 3 kinds of measures recommended in Ayurveda for diseases. The first one is Yukti Vyapasraya Chikitsa. According to the Ayurvedic formulas, we can recommend some medicines for illnesses. The second one is Daiva Vyapasraya Chikitsa. Because karma, Daiva means karma. Purva Janma Krutang Karma Tad Daiva Miti Kathyate. Daiva means actions that we have done. With many effects, many bad effects, they arise due to the human actions. Then that is the second one. Third one is Sattvava Jaya Chikitsa. We have some mental problems, right? Then meditation, religious activities, etc. should be followed to eliminate such mental problems. Then out of the 3 methods of treatments in Ayurveda, 2 are spiritual. Only 1 is medical, right? We cannot forget these things. And also, according to Ayurveda, we actually nowadays, most people have the vision, because vision and mission are very important. Their vision is materialistic, right? But vision should be clear first, then the mission should be taken up. The vision, we have to adjust, we have to clear up the vision of the world through Indian sciences. Vision means, we know in Buddha's sayings, it is mentioned that there are 2 extremist ways. Kama Sukallikanu Yoga, self-indulgence, and Atta Kilamathanu Yoga, self-mortification. These 2 are extremist paths. Then self-indulgence is based on materialism. Materialism means, I think you are familiar better than me with that. In India, it has been explained in the Darsana Sangraha. Yavad Jivang Sukhang Jivet. As long as you live happily. Irnang Krutva Grutam Pibet. Even by taking a loan, eat ghee. Irnang Krutva Grutam Pibet. Bhasmi Bhutasya Dehasya Punaragamanam Kutak. When this body is cremated, it never comes back. That is the materialism. And also, it is believed in Hinduism that this materialism was taught by Brahaspati, Suraguru, the teacher of gods. Why? There was a battle between Suras and Asuras, gods and non-gods. Then the Asuras, non-gods, were very powerful. They cannot be defeated. Then the gods sought advice from Brahaspati, the Suraguru, the teacher of the gods. He taught them, please teach Asuras or non-gods the science of materialism. Right? Then they will be destroyed by themselves. Right? That is why the gods learn materialism from Brahaspati and taught the Asuras. Then Asuras learned materialism and enjoyed the whole life by drinking, dancing, eating. Then they were destroyed. Materialism is called Charvak philosophy. Charvak means it comes from one root, char, to eat. Only eating. Eating is given the prominent place, nothing else. Eating. Nowadays also world is in that way, eating. Eating is given the first place. Another definition of the term Charvak is Charuvak. Charuvak means beautiful words. They can speak well because they have nothing to protect. Because they don't believe next world, spirituality, mind, spiritual progress, nothing. Only this life, With the death, everything is finished. That is why materialism is condemned in Indian traditions because it is very harmful. But unfortunately, all over the world, people are following materialism 80%. Whether spirituality has gone down. Even still, they believe that there is no mind but only brain. Why? Brain is material, no? But we, in Indian traditions, we believe in the mind. It has many aspects, right? Therefore, we have to give prominent place to the understand spirituality. For this purpose, we have to be in agreement with the nature. We should not go against the nature. Take, for example, astrology. In astrology, according to Indian astrology, there are 6 seasons. Vasanta, Grishma, Varsascha, Sarat, Hemanta, Saisira. All the 12 months is divided into 6 seasons. 6 seasons. Sisira begins with February to March. Then Vasanta from March to April. Then Vasanta Grishma from March, April, June to July. Then from February to July, this period of time is called Uttarayana. Uttarayana means the sun travels towards the southern direction, towards the northern direction. That is why it is called Uttarayana. According to Ayurveda, these 6 months is very hot, from February to July. In this season, because of the heat of the sun, our strength is exhausted. Then our immune system is decreased. Then many diseases, many pandemics spread throughout the world because of this hot season. Then people are affected with them due to their lack of immune system. Then Ayurveda recommends Irtucharya. You have to adjust your life according to the seasons. We have to take medicine, food, shelter, etc. according to the seasons. Then we can face with these difficulties very easily. But after July, from August to January, Dakshinayana, southward journey of the sun, then the globe becomes more cooler. Then our perspiration is stopped much and inside heat is increased. Then food is easily digested and our strength grows. Our immune system is increased. Then the diseases do not affect too much for the human beings during these 6 months. Then we can predict, according to the Ayurveda, after July, this epidemic condition will be decreased. I have checked this. Go to hospitals and take the list of the patients. From February to July, many patients go to the hospital. But from August to January, it is decreased. This is the truth. I have proved this by statistics. It is then we have to take into consideration these advices. And also, further, I have to emphasize another fact. Ayurveda and other Siddha system, etc., are all recommend many measures in accordance with the laws of nature. Then we have to be in agreement with the laws of nature without going to extremist paths. Then, avoiding the extremist paths, we have to follow middle path. For example, I will cite from Ashtanga Hrudaya of Vagbhata, Indian 7. Na pidaye dindriyani. These senses, your senses should not be oppressed, should not make a harm to your senses. And nachaitanyatilalaye, don't too much enjoy them. Don't enjoy them too much. These are two extremes. Nowadays, we find in the world excessive enjoyment. That is advice in Ayurveda. Don't do that. And also the pain. Don't do painful things to suffer too much. Right? Suffering and prosperity both are dangerous. Then anuyayat pratipadam sarva dharmesu madhyamam. Follow the middle path in regard to everything. Middle path. Middle path. Ashtanga Hrudaya. Vagbhata explains what is middle path. Don't kill. Don't steal. Don't commit adultery. Don't lie. Like that. Morality. Vidya dadati vinayam, according to Indian philosophy. Vidya, knowledge, knowledge of the sciences should give the discipline, not job-oriented. Nowadays we are following the course of job-oriented, but not job-oriented. Disciplinary-oriented courses should be recommended. That is the essence of learning. Vidya dadati vinayam, vinayat yati patrata. Because of discipline, you become a suitable person. Suitable person. Vidya dadati vinayam, vinayat yati patrata. Patratva dhanama apnoti. When you become a suitable person, you get wealth. Then wealth for what? Nowadays, wealth for enjoyment. But dhana dharma, what for the wealth? Wealth for righteous living. Not for enjoyment, right? Dhana dharma, tatah sukham. Then from dharma we get happiness. That is the Indian tradition. But now we learn, we create what? Knowledge, attitude, and skills. What are these nonsense? Knowledge, attitude, and skills. What is the difference? No, we have forgotten our Indian method. Morality, concentration, and wisdom. Without these three aspects, we cannot do anything successfully. For example, in the modern psychiatric treatments, what they follow? Behavioral therapy. What is that? The first one. Sila, morality, moral behavior. And psychological therapy. What is it? Concentration, right? Then wisdom, what is that? Cognitive therapy. What are these? For example, I will say, a person goes to a class to teach, because these three aspects should be everywhere. Then this is only an example, simple example. Go to a class to teach, suppose chemistry. Then students are shouting and moving. Can you teach chemistry? Cannot. Because students are shouting and moving. Then what is the first step? Be silent. What is? Verbal restrainment. Right? Then but still they are moving. Then the teacher says, don't move. What is? Physical restrainment. Then kaya vachanang samodhanang silang. Physical and verbal restrainment is called morality. That is morality. Then the second step, can the teacher teach chemistry now? Because the students are calm, they are not talking and don't move. But still cannot. Why? Their mind is not pointed. Then the teacher says, attention please. What is this? Concentration. Now they pay their attention. Their mind is concentrated. That is the concentration. Then the teacher teaches chemistry. They understand well. That is wisdom. That is knowledge. This is the way. Morality, concentration, and wisdom. This is the path. that we have to follow. Otherwise, what the Western people say according to their culture, we are also following. Then we are bewildered. We are bewildered that we should follow our own traditions. Our own traditions, we should seek the essence of our philosophical traditions. Because
Professor Sumanapala, can you summarize in 2 minutes, please?
Okay.
Can you summarize in 2 minutes?
Okay, thank you. Because time is going. Therefore, we have many things to tell, right? Therefore, with reference to almost all sciences in Indian continent, we are inherited much from India. If we consider all these sciences, as Dr. Gopinath has mentioned in his letter, India itself enough for creating world peace, right? Because they are sciences, they are philosophical traditions, they are essence if we take. I will summarize this. We should follow not extremist paths. We should follow middle path. And we should be compassionate. We should be giving right. Giving, lobha should be decreased by giving. Dvesa should be decreased by compassion. Delusion should be decreased by mindfulness. Right? Therefore, I will summarize with this sloka. Slokardhena pravakshami. I will tell you with 2 lines of a sloka, Yaduktam Grantha Kotisu, which is said in the millions of books. Paropakarah punyaya. Treating others is meritorious. Papaya parapidanam. Torturing others is sinful. This is what we have to do. By following middle path, we have to help other people. We should help them to come out of their suffering. That is called middle path. Thank you very much.
So, Professor Sumanapala, so you have made an amazing presentation. And as I told my participants in the introduction, because your vast knowledge in various systems of Ayurveda, Buddhism, and astrology. Because when I have been to your and moreover, you are at present you are working in the Nagadanda International Buddhist Institute. I find that you are the mentor of that institute. I have been to that institute. Therefore, I have witnessed to myself, you are guiding a large number of youth in Sri Lanka to right path and giving them guidance and your knowledge in Ayurveda, because in addressing the vital issues, he has rightly pointed out that though it originated from India, we the Indians I find that we are very, very much lacking or lagging in understanding the value and depth of this system of knowledge, Ayurveda. It is not only a system of treatment, it is the most effective prevention method. It is a way of life, it is a culture. So I find that, thank you, Professor Sumanapala, for making us more aware of the tradition, grounding on which we can face any maladies. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I think that you will not leave the meeting. We will have a discussion after the meeting. Let me invite Daniel Fettinger. Daniel Fettinger, are you here? Daniel Fettinger. Okay. Daniel Fettinger, he's the teacher in San Francisco, USA. And I request Daniel Fettinger to introduce yourself to the participants, please, and make your presentation subsequently, please.
Sure. Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Fettinger, and As you said, I'm a teacher in San Francisco, California. Most of you, all of you, except maybe one person here, don't know me. And so I'll talk a little bit about myself and how I wound up here. I'm going to keep this fairly brief. So I'm actually here by accident, which ties in nicely to what I'd like to talk about. I am a student of Joan Dietrich, who I believe spoke yesterday. I have been studying with her for about 4 years now, and I filled out the wrong form. I filled out a form to, I thought, come see her speak, and I wound up on the presenter list, and I'm going with it. Because what I want to talk about today, how this ties in, is I want to talk about surrender. And I want to talk about giving yourself over to something bigger, taking life as it comes, life on life's terms, as some people call it. So a little about myself. As I said, I live in San Francisco, California, and I'm a teacher of both technology and of Kali Ki Reiki. And I have, those are two very different disciplines. One's very systematic and very logical, and relies on a great deal of schooling in order to be able to fully understand and to fully be able to pass it on to students. The other relies a great deal more on undifferentiated love and a bit more of a universal consciousness. It's a bit more of an amorphous path. So very, very, very different. And I think that actually sums me up fairly well. Fairly well too. I came to this path of Reiki, and I'm using Reiki as kind of a stand-in for surrender for a moment. By way of addiction. For those of you who maybe aren't completely aware of what I mean by that, that means that when I was a younger man, I did a lot of substances, and I don't anymore, and I haven't for some time. A number of years back, that substance abuse led me to a near-death experience that landed me in the hospital, and I was in a coma for a number of days, and this caused me to have, or gifted me, I guess is the better way to put it, with a wild and immediate spiritual awakening, the likes of which I'm not going to try to put into words here, as I'm sure many of you are aware that those experiences are just ineffable and highly personal. But needless to say, I came out of that experience a different person, and I immediately sought ways out to maintain that state, to where I had been prior. As a part of that, I found myself involved in the 12 steps. And I don't want to talk too much about the 12 steps in particular, except to say that for people like me who are suffering from addiction, it's a great way to help mend your life, and it's a design for living that really works for a lot of people, myself included. But what I do want to talk about in particular is that third step. The third step. This has become the cornerstone of not only my recovery, but of my life in many ways, moving forward. Now, the third step itself is, perhaps I should say that the 12 steps themselves, before I get into this, are they believe that addiction is a spiritual malady, and they are a recovery program that's tailored to that. They're tailored to mending the spirit above and beyond all else, and as I said, it's quite effective. So the third step of the 12 states that we made a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God as we understood Him. And that as we understood Him is very, very important, in that it allows for any sense of a higher power. It allows for any sense of something larger than ourselves, which is authoring this life that we lead, this life that we're participating in this life that we're sharing with everybody that we encounter. It also means that we made a decision, a conscious decision, using our free will to turn our life over to this higher power, whatever you choose to call it. This is a huge effort for somebody coming out of addiction or out of most walks of life, to decide to let go of their small self-will, the idea that they are the one in charge, the idea that if they only work harder or love harder or scream louder or exert themselves into their environment in as forceful a way as possible, that things will somehow work out in their favor. It's letting go of all of that. In many ways, the 12 steps themselves are really ego deconstruction, like many spiritual paths. So as I said, I wound up here by mistake. When I found out that I was on the presentation, or on the program slated to present, I leaned into that third step.
Yeah.
And I said that there are no mistakes. There are only surprises. And that clearly I was supposed to come and share something for somebody. So I hope that at least one of you out there is enjoying what I'm saying and take something from it. Now, I know that this webinar is focused on a post-COVID world. And I want to share a little bit about how I think this path that I found myself on would be beneficial to those who are suffering through the state of the world that we all find ourselves in. I've heard it said that the apocalypse is happening now, and that your experience of it is going to depend on how tightly you're holding on. Now, if you are holding on to that small self sense of entitlement or sense of empowerment, sense of importance, then what you're doing is you're clinging to the old, you're clinging to the known, and you're clinging to your own self-importance. You're clinging to those egoic structures that may or may not have worked in the past. I'm quite grateful that mine didn't work so well. So I've got a little head start on some people, I think. That's going to be a really, really rough ride, and probably is already a very, very rough ride for folks who have been sheltered in place, is what they call it here. I'm not sure what they call it in India, lockdown. The business is closed, people not allowed to leave their house, see their loved ones, not able to hug their friends, and so on. That's a very, very, very different state of being. It will cause a lot of people, when they're focused on the known, focused on reclaiming the known and exerting themselves to recreate the past, to recreate the known, to continue their egoic path. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be painful. It's going to be incredibly painful. My belief, and it's gotten me through this so far, is that the other side of apocalypse, if you're able to let go and go with it, let the infinite now hit you in each and every moment, and appreciate it for what it is, what is beautiful before you, who is beautiful before you, what miracles are occurring before your very eyes right now. And you're able to embrace the new, that we will be able to create a much more beautiful world than we could have possibly envisioned from that old egoic place. Now, I'm going to kind of wrap up here. I don't have material prepared, but I do kind of, I just want to close by saying that I believe that in most faiths, I know this is true, at least in the path that I've followed, when someone is able to open up in such a way to let go of the life that they've lived, the expectations that they had for what came next or what should come next or what shouldn't come next. When able to let go of those, you let go of a lot of things. One, you let go of your expectations. And if you let go of your expectations without realizing it, you're letting go of your disappointments. You're letting go of your disappointments. You're letting go of your disappointments.
Daniel Pettinger, will you
Yes,
please summarize in 2 minutes? Will you please summarize in 2 minutes, please?
Yes, sir. I can summarize in about 20 seconds. When you let go of your resentments, you're letting go of your future anger. And if you're letting go of your future anger, you're opening yourself up to an entire world of love. In my world, anger and resentment is a poison that will kill me. That's not true for everybody, but I do believe it poisons the water that we all bathe in. So I'm hopeful that by finding a spiritual path, be it the 12 steps, be whatever faith people choose, that they're able to find a surrender and a love in the higher power of their choosing that will allow them to surrender, to open up, let go of those expectations, those disappointments, those resentments, let go of recreating the old, and really step into the miracles that are already happening in front of us each and every moment. Well, that's all. That's all I got. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel Pettinger, for your illuminating talk. You have, I understand that you are part of a spiritual movement in USA, and apart from teaching, you are deeply involved in spiritual activities and in disseminating values in American society, and you have, brought out how the emerging situation, the prospects and the promises, as well as the problems embedded in the prevailing and emerging scenario you have brilliantly brought out. Thank you, Daniel Pettinger, for your speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me invite Professor Sebastian Velasheri. And Professor Sebastian Velasheri is familiar to all our Indian scholars and the philosophy fraternity, because all his life he has dedicated in teaching, not only in teaching philosophy, but unraveling new dimensions and charting new areas in certain areas of social philosophy, and especially in Indian philosophy. And he is an emeritus professor, UGC emeritus professor. He was a visiting professor of Jawaharlal Nehru University, and he finished his career in Punjab University in Chandigarh. And let me invite Professor Sebastian Velasheri to make his presentation.
Some people have to switch off the mic.
Sebastian sir, is there any problem with your mic?
Please switch on. Please switch on.
Is there any problem with your mic? You are muted. Please unmute it.
Or we can invite Professor Young Lee. Professor Lee is there.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir, I will wait.
Okay.
I will wait for some time, sir. No problem.
Okay.
So what happened to Sebastian sir?
His mic is muted.
Yeah. So in that instance, we will come back to you later, Sebastian sir. And so let me then invite Professor Lee, Jolong Lee. Can you hear us? Can you hear Professor Lee?
Yes, I can hear you.
Professor Lee, can you hear us?
Okay, I can
Okay,
hear
so
you.
Professor Lee, Professor Lee is, he's quite familiar in the circle of philosophy, especially philosophy scholars in India. He did his MA, I understand, also PhD in Delhi University, though he is from South Korea. At present, he is working in Sun Moon University, if I don't mistake, in South Korea. And apart from teaching philosophy, he's more interested and deeply involved in the research of Ayurveda and yoga. In every year, he takes a batch of students to various parts of India to familiarize them with the Indian tradition. And I find that he has vast knowledge in these various areas of yoga, Ayurveda, philosophy, especially Indian philosophy. Let me invite Professor Lee to make his presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Gopinathan. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
Please.
thank you.
Please start.
Good evening. Also, it
Yeah.
is a video meeting. I am very glad to meet distinguished professors and scholars to this event. In particular, I would like to thank Dr. Gopinathan Pillai of Shantidiri Ashram for inviting me here. Also, I would like to express my special gratitude to my respected Professor Sarpat for encouraging me to attend this webinar. It's true that the COVID-19 incident that has been going on for the past few months has made our lives uncomfortable and also stuffy. But it also creates a meaningful opportunity for us to have this kind of video conference on post-pandemic global scenario and the new normal. The COVID-19 crisis we are facing today may set the online video conference as a new way of meeting in the future. Yesterday, I participated in an online video symposium on Indian culture influence in Korea and Vietnam, organized by Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, members of India in Seoul. Next Sunday also, we will have our regular academic conference of Korean Society for Indian Studies, online studies. So online video conference is now considered natural in Korea. In order for the COVID-19 to be overcome and a new order to be established, we must first forgive and accept this situation that we are facing. The current COVID-19 crisis should be regarded as a self-purification of nature or a warning to humans. I'm worried that both India and Korea are still not completely free from the COVID-19 crisis. Korean universities are nearing to the end of the first semester, and most universities, including mine, have been offering online lectures throughout the semester. Currently, there are about 20 to 30 confirmed cases of COVID-19 every day in Korea, but it is getting better. Our daily lives have been restored to near normal levels, but we are still keeping social distancing, washing hands, and wearing masks in our own. In retrospect, for the past few months since the outbreak of COVID-19, my daily life has been a standstill. I'm really sorry to those who are still suffering from the COVID-19, but the past few months have been a time for me to put an end to my hectic routine and concentrate on meditation. I believe this COVID-19 crisis will also be a meaningful opportunity for us to reflect on ourselves internally. We are all locked indoors because of the COVID-19, but if we take advantage of this situation, it could be an opportunity for us to mature internally. Now, we define present situation as being fighting the coronavirus online. Life is a series of fights, and as long as I am alive, fighting is inevitable. In a sense, life is a fight itself. We have no choice but to fight the COVID-19. But in this fight, we also need to remind ourselves of the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita. Therefore, laws of son of Kunti, resolved to fight, treating alike pain and pleasure, gain and loss, victory and defeat. Engage yourself in the battle, thus you will incur no sin. This passage I just read is familiar to all of us. Lord Krishna's teaching to fight, treating like victory and defeat is still varied in this situation where we are fighting coronavirus 19. It is only natural that we do our best to develop a vaccine to overcome the coronavirus 19 and to create a cure, but we also need to reflect on whether our true enemy is not the coronavirus 19 outside, but the attachment and aversion that we are built in our minds so far. The coronavirus crisis, which is prevalent around the world, needs to be overcome quickly. But if the process of overcoming it is focused only on eliminating the coronavirus, it will not be able to fundamentally solve the current situation, but it will also cause another serious problem. It may sound a bit abstract and romantic, but the fight against the coronavirus should not be about winning, but about trying to reach a level of understanding between human beings and the coronavirus. Broadly speaking, the coronavirus, like humans, is also part of nature, and nature is always a subject of harmony and co-prosperity, not fighting with us. I would like to conclude my talk with the hope that the coronavirus 19 will be overcome as soon as possible. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Unmute, please. Unmute.
So thank you, Professor Lee. Thank you, Professor Lee, for your illuminating presentation. It was a brief presentation. I feel that you have gone through all the dimensions of the present pandemic, and you have enriched the understanding of the participants in this respect. So we are thankful to sparing your valuable time, because I understand that you are preoccupied with several issues. In the midst, you have come and made this presentation. Thank you, Professor Lee. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me invite Professor Sebastian, sir. Can you come back? Professor Sebastian, can you hear? Professor Sebastian? Sushinji, what happened to Sebastian, sir, is unable to unmute, I think.
Sebastian has to unmute, I think.
Please unmute. Professor Sebastian ji, please unmute your mic.
I think he has left.
So, let me invite Dr. Surendra Singh.
Yes. Yes.
Hello?
Professor Sebastian, we can hear you.
Yes. Can you hear me? Hello?
Professor Sebastian, are you continuing? Are you continuing?
Can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Audible.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir, with your presentation.
Can you start then?
Yes, we can
Please start
see you.
speaking. Please start speaking.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you
So,
start?
we come back to you when your mic is all right. Okay. So, let me invite Dr. Surendra Singh Pokarna, former scientist ISRO, and similarly, apart from being a scientist, he is also involved in several social activities, especially he looks at social issues from the angle of science, and he seeks to sort out the issues from the angle of science. So, Professor Surendra ji, please make your presentation. So please stick to time. Please stick to time limit. Please start. Listen.
Dr. Surendra, please unmute your mic. We can't hear you.
Dr. Surendra Singh, can you hear us? Can you hear? Hello?
Yeah, just
Is
Please
there?
speak. Please speak.
Okay, these lights are visible to you?
Yeah.
Lights are visible
Very
to
well.
you?
Very well. Yeah, it is
Hello?
visible.
Yes,
These lights are
visible.
visible to you?
Yes.
Okay. So now you see that now these are the problems which we are facing, like pollution, global warming, overpopulation, natural resources depletion, and all these things been covered. So still that problem was how do we take into account the insects which are being killed or the animals which are being killed. Now in this particular slide you will see that actually in this particular slide you will see that what we are doing is we are generating non-biological order at the cost of biological order in the process of development and science. That is mechanical engineering, chemical engineering, electrical engineering, whatever we are doing, actually we are spoiling water, soil and air and generating this what is known as non-biological order out of the biological order. Now here is an example that why we are introducing disorder in the atmosphere and the biosphere. Initially, petrol, diesel and several metals are confined to a small volume in the earth, but they are just throwing them into the whole atmosphere and we can't actually bring them back. So there is a net increase in the disorder or entry in the biosphere. Then you see that there are biological disasters also and ecological imbalances also are going on. Every year we are losing 25,000 biological species. Every year 15,000 crore animals are slaughtered for food. Then half of the animals in world have disappeared since 1970. The entire decline is due to human activity. And according to some scientists, we are moving towards what is known as sixth extinction. And after actually in last 55 crore years, that is 550 million years, only 5 extinctions have taken place, but they were all natural. And this sixth extinction, which some scientists say has already started. So that is human made. So is science responsible for this, or the concept of development is responsible for this? This COVID-19 is just, I would say that, a starting point for that type of phenomena. Now you see that what science has done great things. Science has done actually developed satellites, rockets, and so many things. It has developed this Google network, for example. But science is not able to produce an ant or a blade of grass. So that is a very, 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 very interesting thing and a very big challenge to science, that because of scientific development and technological development and that economic exploitation, so much the pollution and insects have been killed, animals have been killed, but it is not able to produce even a small ant or blade of grass. So something is completely missing from science. Now here you see the process of development, the science, technology, economics and environment. These 4 ellipses, they show these 4 processes and they are all linked together. And we say that scientific experiment is truth A, technology development is truth B, economic exploitation is truth C, and then the environmental degradation, I call it as truth D. Now we have to develop a vision in which we can see all of them together. Only then we can understand the contribution of each of them. Unless we look at them in totality, we cannot appreciate the whole phenomena. Now, that is the reason consciousness comes into the picture, that it allows us to see all the thing in totality. Now, here there is a problem. There is no clear-cut goal why we are doing all these things. So that is a very big question. In the case of Indian philosophy, we talk of dharma, arth, kam and moksha. So there is a definite goal to be achieved. But here there is no goal. So this is a very stringent limitation of science. Now, there's another problem, that the Darwin principle of evolution, which is based purely on the materialistic development and taking material view of the reality, and it talks about what is known as survival of fittest. But the spiritual development, when we talk about, particularly in the Indian context, we say that live and let live. Now, live and let live principle is based on spiritual reality, and there is an emphasis on underlying identity, and it leads to cooperation compared to competition in case of the Darwin principle of evolution. Society has been damaged due to it, but because of the spiritual development, society gets enlightenment. So we have to understand these two phenomena actually very clearly, before we actually proceed further. There's another problem. We know that Einstein has developed the formula E is equal to mc square. And Einstein has developed it because he wanted to understand the nature of reality. But so his state of consciousness was very positive. But when this formula was delivered to politicians, their state of consciousness was very different. They used it in a very different way. So state of consciousness makes a very big difference in decision making. Now there is an example that why science requires a change. Here is an example. There is a person who is a monk who has not taken food and water from last 75 years. It is a big challenge to science that how do we explain it. This current science is not able to explain it. We have to extend this science further. Now similarly, there is another limitation coming because of what is known as Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Now we say simply that 4 plus 4 is equal to 8. For example, here there are 2 types of sweets. If we add them, we get 8. But what is that 8? So what happens to this simple law? Now this is a simple example, but this rule and this theorem, they clearly say that using any methodology of science or any language or mathematics, we cannot understand the reality. If we want to understand the reality, then we have to talk about consciousness, without which we cannot proceed further. There's another thing to be realized, that scientific knowledge is a very small subset of total knowledge system reality. It is just a tip of iceberg. There are several subjects which are not covered by scientific knowledge, like history, geography, Vedas, Agmas, Bible, philosophy, music, arts, spirituality, and so many things. So we have to recognize the limitation of science in this context also. So there are scientists like Wigner, Josephson, Prigogine, Isaac Asimov, Penrose, David Bohm, E.C.G. Sudarshan, and several others who now realize that there is a need to introduce consciousness into science. There is another set of parapsychic phenomena which are listed here, like Gange field, global consciousness project, remote viewing, random number generator, the presentiment, and so many others. Now they are very well established, but the current science is not able to explain them. We have to explain them if we want to proceed further to understand reality. Now, some attempts are being made to understand consciousness using the brain and neurons and their substructures and so on and so forth, but that is not adequate. That is what is known as this duality process. The consciousness understanding of consciousness requires actually much more deeper efforts. So now people say that quantum physics, which talk about wave and particle aspects of electrons and photons, is to be involved to understand consciousness. So quantum physics is also being now explored in this context. Now here is a very interesting, some experiments have been done in quantum physics, and it has been found that reality does not exist till experiments are just carried out, or some instruments are used to measure them. In this, there was an interesting discussion between Einstein and Bohr. And actually, as per discussion, Einstein argued that photons and electrons exist irrespective of whether you just perform any experiment or not. But Bohr said that it is not correct. Now, some recent experiments which have been done now, they clearly show that Einstein was wrong and Bohr was correct. It means there is electrons and photons don't exist till we just carry out the process of measurement. Now, this process of measurement is therefore directly related with our state of consciousness. And by generalizing this experiment further, 2 American scientists have developed a model as per which consciousness has to be non-physical and it should have it should have infinite information, which is in complete agreement what Indian philosophy is talking about and what Jainism is talking about. So we have to actually explore this type of studies also. Now, on the basis of this, a very interesting model has been developed to take all the branches of this social sciences, physical sciences, and everything to develop a unified model. And this attempt has been made by these two American scientists. It is known as a 9-dimensional model of science. It is called a TDVT model. So generally in science we talk of 3 space coordinates and 1 time coordinate, but they have actually introduced some new concept, a concept of distinction, vortices and dimensions has been used, and which is like this, that they have talked about 3-dimensional space, they talk of 3 dimensions of time, which is a very new concept, and then they talk of 3 dimensions of consciousness. And using this 9-dimensional model, actually they come out with a system with which science can be reconciled with spirituality. And they have defined for consciousness extent, content, and impact. That is, what is the extent of consciousness? Then what is the content of the consciousness and what is the impact of consciousness on matter or like that? So very interesting studies have been done under this model. Now, so actually these are some of the properties of the content of space-time and consciousness domains, are energy and mass in the space-time domain. Then meaningful information are the contents of space-time consciousness domain. Bravery, love, hatred, emotions, volition, and all these things, actually they are also being actually defined very properly and very clearly. Now similar things are there in Jainism also, where a pure soul is being discussed and it is defined as having infinite knowledge, infinite intuition, infinite bliss, and infinite power. So this has to be incorporated, such concept has to be incorporated in the new science which is being now discussed. In Jainism, actually they talk of extrasensory perception, so Avdi Gyan and Manparya Gyan, and what we discuss in science is only just Mati Gyan and Truth Gyan. So they are talking of 3 additional types of knowledges which are not discussed in the current science. So they have to be incorporated to any new model. Similarly, there is an application of this state of consciousness in a higher state of consciousness is known as the Satodhan, in which a monk can listen to 100 questions and then he can answer all the 100 questions in a sequence, one after the other. This is the power of spiritual power of actually fantastic stature. So what it is, we have to understand that.
This slide
now, similarly, they claim that. Yeah. So
slide is not visible.
Similarly, I mean the power of consciousness can be recognized by a claim made in ancient Jainism that using the power of this Jainism, this consciousness, ancient Jain acharyas could estimate the sizes of atoms and nuclei using this table. So here in this table, I will not go into the details, but this is a very interesting thing, that consciousness has something which has power, knowledge, and so many things. So that is now having a quantitative evidence. So this is a simple calculation that shows that they have tried to estimate the size of atoms and nuclei, and it was very close to the current sizes of the atoms and the nuclei. So then they talk of evolution of consciousness, and they define 14 stages of consciousness. And during this, they also define how it evolves over time and how the knowledge content and the order increases in this system. Then I give a very brilliant example about the power of consciousness. You must have heard name of Annie Besant. Annie Besant, she was there in India about 100 years ago. And she was a chemistry graduate. She was very impressed by Indian spirituality, and she learned what is known as Anima Siddhi. Anima Siddhi is one through which one can reduce one size to the size of an atom or nuclei, and then just actually one can explore the nature. So these 3 gentlemen, actually Mr. Leadbeater, Annie Besant, and this, they try to see the structure of atoms and nucleus using that Anima Siddhi, and you will find, you will be surprised that they have arrived at some fantastic results. In the case of hydrogen atom, for example, as we know in science, it consists only of a proton and an electron. But what they have seen is 18 small spheres and 6 big spheres. And these spheres were there in the form of 2 triangles. Now, these are 18 numbers. It was a very big mystery how this 18 number has come hydrogen atom. This is not there in the current science. We have studied this process in great detail. The right side, you will see that 2 spheres are shown with red type of structure. These were the structure which they have seen in the Anima Siddhi. And using that thing, what we have found is this. We have done some study on this claim, and what we have done is we know that proton and neutron are consisting of quarks. So quarks now actually have been further divided. There are some theories, and as per those theories, those quarks have been further divided. And using this model, which was developed by 2 American scientists, we try to find out the number of these subquarks present in hydrogen atom. And you will be surprised that the number turned out to be exactly 18. Then we took this study further and we made a comparison between the number of those small spheres with any percent and the T and the number of subquarks which are being computed in the modern science. We get an accuracy of 90%. So in this graph, you can see on the right side below, on the right side, the line is coming to be exactly standard line with least errors. So this is a very, very big challenge to the modern science that there are.
Would you please summarize in 2 minutes?
Then what science? Where do we go?
Would you please summarize in 2 minutes?
Actually, from
Dr.
here,
Surendra Singh?
I am summarizing. I am summarizing.
Yeah, please.
Of the components in defined. Now, in this left side, I have given a list of 5 things, and on the right side, I have given a list of 5 things. So in the left, we have seen out means these things have to be dropped, and these which are there on the right, we have to step. So current science is to be replaced by science of higher dimensions with consciousness. Darwin's principle of evolution has to be dropped. It should be replaced by spiritual principle of evolution. Then heavy consumerism should be replaced by minimum consumerism. Then use of non-renewable resources should be minimized, and we should go for renewable resources. Then for technology, we should think of appropriate technology. In the same way, the multinational companies which are having so much power and money with them, this has to be actually replaced or changed by village level small industry. Then global should be replaced by local linear cost should be changed to cyclic or what is known as dharma, and mox type of development concept. Luxury should be replaced by simplicity, and current work allocation should be changed as per what is known as in Indian system ashram vyavastha, brahmacharya ashram, grihastha ashram, vanprastha ashram, and sannyas ashram. Smart cities should be similarly replaced by this thing. And this principle of dharma, calm, and moksha is a very, very profound concept which is not there in the modern, actually in the modern policy making. It will provide a new direction actually, and that is need of the hour if we take care of this. Indian philosophy talks about theory as well as practical implementation plan. So these two have to be actually further explored, and it should be brought to the notice of the public in a large scale.
Summarize.
Yeah. So
Please summarize.
So my idea is that science. Now the basic idea is that science is having some problems and limitations. Those limitations we have to realize, and we should extend it further by using higher dimensions, and consciousness is incorporated into our methodology to understand nature. It was pointed out in the morning also by one lady. For this we have to work together and find out the limitation of science, and we should also find out the different directions of development. What is the meaning of development? Whether we should go for economic development or spiritual development, or a mix of the two. So
Thank you.
The things which we have to.
Thank you. So, Dr. Surendra Singh, thank you for your presentation. I feel that you have finished your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah.
And you have thank you. So you have drawn our attention to many facets of science and spirituality. And you have very well brought about the limitation of science in understanding the other dimensions of life. And that is why all modern calamities. Therefore, the need of the time is to channelize the science to other dimensions, understanding the limitations, and bring out the other dimensions of life so as to address the problems, the present problems. I hope that the participants will put more questions to you during the time of question and answer session. And with Sebastian sir permission, may I invite Sudhir Singh? He wants to leave the meeting because of some urgent engagement. Would you agree to this proposition, Professor Sebastian Velasquez?
No problem.
May I invite Sudhir Singh?
Yeah,
Sudhir Singh, you can make presentation. And Professor Sudhir Singh is in Dayal Singh College, Delhi University. He is teaching political science, but apart from that, he is engaged in many other social and cultural activities. He has his own NGO. He regularly organizes programs to conscientize people of different realms of society on various vital issues, and his specialization in international relations and politics. And let me invite Professor Sudhir Singh to make his short presentation. Thank you. Dr. Sudhir Singh, are you there online? Sudhir Singh? I think he has left. The meeting. Professor Sudhir Singh, are you there online? So let me invite Professor Sebastian Velasquez to make his presentation. I have already introduced Professor Sebastian Velasquez to participants. Please. Your mic is still unmuted. Muted? Please unmute it. Sebastian sir, what happened? Again, you have muted your mic. Dr. Sushinji, are you there? Sushinji, can you help him?
Yes, I am here, and I advised him to please go ahead without this earphone and mic. You can directly use mobile. I have already advised him telephonically.
Sebastian sir, try that option. I will come back to you again. Please try that option. So, let me invite Professor Girish Kumar, Professor of Political Science, Kerala University. I feel that he is present.
Yeah,
are you present, Girish Kumar?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So, yeah. Now I can hear you, Professor Girish Kumar. Professor Girish Kumar. Earlier, he was in Central University, Kasaragod. He was a chair professor there. Then he moved to other positions in some North Indian university, and is a very well-known person in the area of developmental and as his contributions validate, he has made considerable research in the realm of political economy and other areas of social science. Let me invite Professor Girish to present. Please.
So thank you so much. First of all, I express my profuse thanks to Shantigiri Ashram and Professor Gobinathan Pilla for this fabulous opportunity. The paper which I am going to present here before this August gathering is on democracy, governance, and COVID-19. Are we moving towards an authoritarian order? There is a theme which I love to discuss. Can I go ahead? I think somebody is interrupting. Please mute the mic. Hello? Yeah. So, as we know that COVID-19 is not only affecting the public health and economy, but also creating significant impact on the democratic political structures across the world. And of course, it is reshaping the dynamics among different actors in health governance, be it at global level or at national level or regional or local governance level. So besides health officials, several other actors like police, local self-government institutions, NGOs are on the front lines of the crisis response. So the frames which I love to use in my paper is democracy and democratic governance. So we know that even in comparatively wealthy states like Italy, Spain, or the United States, health systems are already cracked under the weight of the pandemic. So the question which I love to answer in my presentation is whether these reshaping of responsibilities and the subsequent policy responses refined democracy. The hypothesis is obviously yes, because COVID-19 reshapes democracy. It is resetting the existing domestic structures in favor of authoritarianism across the world. The focus of this paper is on the first order political effects on the pandemic and governmental responses to it. I'm not analyzing the powerful second order effects of the economy that is going to be forthcoming in another 6 months or 1 year, because we are going to face a global slowdown shortly. So to begin with, I just want to define authoritarianism, which itself is a form of government characterized by strong central power and limited political freedoms. I love to quote Joan Linz, who in his totalitarian and authoritarian regimes have outlined 4 parameters of authoritarianism, which includes limited political freedoms, absence of political legitimacy, and the subsequent appeal of the government to the emotions, the minimal political mobilization and suppression of opposition parties, and the last one is ill-defined executive powers, which in fact widen the expanse of the executive power. So as far as COVID-19 and executive authoritarianism is concerned, we should go back to WHO's response. We know that the first COVID-19 case was reported in Wuhan, in China, on 31st of December. And the first case of COVID-19 was in Thailand, which was reported outside China. And so far, out of the 194 recognized countries of the world, all the nations are affected by COVID-19. And out of the 194 governments recognized by the United Nations, 123 are democratic. But after the onset of COVID-19, out of these 123 regimes, we have witnessed already 78 nations moving towards authoritarianism or dictatorship. Almost everybody has declared a state of emergency there. For instance, WHO has declared global emergency because of this pandemic, and nation states have responded either with a lockdown or with a state of emergency. And even in Europe, which is considered as a temple of democracy, we can see that out of 28 nation states, almost more than, 3/4 of the nations have either imposed democracy or has declared emergency, taken emergency measures or state of emergency. So this phenomenon is also prevalent in the United States, where Trump is assuming gubernatorial powers at the expense of democracy, that too in the name of containing COVID pandemic. So what happened subsequently? So this authoritarianism obviously result in curtailing the fundamental rights of the citizens. perhaps as we are all experiencing, for instance, the right to freedom of movement. I'm not saying that there should not be any right to freedom of movement. There should be, of course, there should be some limitations. But see, the different sort of measures taken by the developed nations or the developing nations. We have seen a flight from United Kingdom coming here, or USA coming here and taking their citizens back to home. But now it is not possible for us to do the same gesture vis-a-vis our citizen. See the controversy, which is, I mean, the whole atmosphere in Kerala is now rife with rumors that the expatriates who are have already settled in Gulf are not taken back. And there is obviously the controversy on the freedom of movement of our own citizen from another nation to our own country. So this always creates some sort of crisis in almost all the nations of the world. And we can also see that there is a national, local disconnect, which is caused as a result of this pandemic, as a result of this COVID-19 pandemic. And we can see the mounting friction between local and national officials or local and national governments. For instance, we have been watching television where Kerala government, for instance, always wanted to dilute some of the quarantine measures. You know that Kerala is one of the champions in facing this COVID crisis, but they still wanted to reduce some of the stringent measures prescribed by ICMR or maybe WHO. So we are also witnessing the friction over days of quarantine, chartered airplanes, migrant labor. All these are glaring examples. And why this is happening? Because our federal political structure is converted into a unitary one because of the effect of this COVID-19, because of the state of emergency that is prevalent in this nation. So what we can say that our fundamental freedoms are restricted, our freedom to criticize is restricted, and freedom to criticize regime is restricted. But amidst all these crises, as a political scientist, when we evaluate, there obviously is a positive sign. I mean, in states or localities where the local governance structures are strong. We have seen that Kerala has, I'm sorry, we have seen that, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? So we have seen that, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So the positive sign amidst all these things is the increased activities of local governance structures. For instance, in Kerala, if there is a strong Panchayat Raj system, as well as a wide presence of primary healthcare centers, coupled with strong public distribution system, which is strong, it will be possible for us to face this crisis. But in the end, I just want to conclude with a note that unless we bring back the economic growth back to a state of normalcy, democracy will be in shambles, and economic development obviously increases the likelihood of democratization. So the new normal, as Ashram put it, the new normal in politics is living with executive authoritarianism, which curtail freedom. Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Girish Kumar. Your presentation is distinctive, and I find that you are a powerful critic of the emerging situation under the guise of emerging pandemic scenario. And it is true that people fear a sort of authoritarianism is emerging in the, on the sidelines of management of COVID. And it is a serious issue. A political scientist who looks at or who is concerned about the emerging scenario in, as you have rightly pointed out, this is to be taken into account and it is to be debated and deliberated upon, because the freedom of the people, and it is true that there is limits, but there is no limit as of now to the freedom of rulers to curb the freedom of people. There is a very antithetical phenomena we are witnessing. Thank you, Professor Girish Kumar, for creating this awareness in our participants. Thank you, thank you. Let me invite Professor Sebastian, sir. Are you ready to make presentation? Professor Sebastian, are you ready to make presentation? since he is a senior professor and who has exhibited much interest in this conference, that's why I am again and again inviting him. So, Professor Sebastian.
Hello. Hello.
We can hear you. We can hear. Please continue. Please continue.
I don't want to make
please continue.
The mic because the mic actually. I mean the. Hello. Can you hear me?
Please.
Sir, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead. Please go ahead with the present.
Yeah, I would like to somehow. What happened? Hello.
You start.
So we
start your presentation.
We can hear you.
Well, I would like to somehow talk only maybe for 4 to 5 minutes. That's it. Number one, the corona pandemic or the COVID-19 has distanced me from the other, not only physically, not only socially, I would say even psychologically, mentally, existentially and axiologically. And at the same time, I am increasingly aware of the fact that the other is the one, not only who stares at me from an existential standpoint, the other is the one who can as well, give me or cause me again COVID. Therefore, in one way, I have distanced myself not only socially and psychologically and existentially, at the same time, from a different ontologically, the other is the one who provides me, who can cause me some kind of a, COVID. Now, having said that, hello? Hello?
Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Having said that, I would like to make the, the COVID 19 has caused, I should say, maybe 3 kinds of crisis. The first crisis I would like to say as the ecological predicament. Number 2 is the humanistic crisis, and third one is the what I would say the theological dilemma. Let me come back to the first point. The first point is the ecological predicament. When we think about ecology, or rather we can say that apart from ecology, we can look at the nature maybe in 2 ways. There are 2 conceptions of nature. One is nature as object, other one is nature as environment. And we have been using the nature for the last 300 years as an object to be manipulated, an object to be used. Whereas there's a different conception of nature, that is the nature as environment. And when I say that nature as environment, it is actually a dwelling point. The dwelling point is always I would say it is sacred. Some kind of a sacrality is always implied in the so-called dwelling. And what we have lost is the touch. I have lost a dialogical, a dialogue with the nature. To have a dialogue with the nature, what I should say is that I have to transform myself from the so-called, objective approach to an environmental approach. It has to be a place where I am environing. Now, having said that, instead of ecology, I think Professor Raymond Panikkar used the term ecosophy. To say, ecology means oike and human logos, rationality. And he says that, ecology has to be, we should have a human element. Therefore, we should somehow, use the term instead of ecology, it should be ecosophy, in the sense that a new wisdom, the wisdom of innocence. If that is the case, I think one is able to, appropriate, understand, accept the nature, not as the so-called an object to be manipulated, but as a place where as a dwelling place. Now, let me come back to my second point, the humanistic crisis. I think maybe the earlier speaker was talking about that. See, when I think about the human, the so-called the humanistic crisis, in fact, man is the product of time and history. of course, Bhartrihari is correct that, time or everything suffers the bite of time. And of course, we have seen, especially from a political dimension, the humanistic dimension, I can say that there are issues like, there are many issues. One is, I should say, lockdown. We have seen migrant laborers. We have seen Magnaragas. We have seen, the so-called the vulnerability of the human subject. Okay. And we thought that, especially, many people thought that, the rich and the powerful are not vulnerable. But the COVID-19 has made us to increasingly make us aware that every human subject is vulnerable. This is a very, very different dimension. And the thing is that, you see, when I think about the humanistic crisis, maybe there are two things which come to my mind. One is, what happened to the concept of justice? What happened to the concept of compassion? This is a country where Buddha was born, the greatest virtue Buddha has been talking about is compassion. But we have lost the so-called compassion. We have lost the concept of justice. In fact, I would say unfailingly that the bureaucracy has failed us. Executive has failed us. Even judiciary has failed us. Therefore, and maybe just as the earlier speaker was talking about, one thing I would say that the power, increasingly, unconsciously, the power has been, concentrated upon. And the meaning of democracy has become actually meaningless. That is another point. Well, the third thing, I would say, the theological dilemma. The theological dilemma is that, I should say, see, for the last 76, 77, 80 days now, we have learned at least one thing, that we can have a direct communion with the God without having the mediators. Whosoever it may be, whether we don't go to the churches, we don't go to the temples, we don't go to the mosque, or to the gurdwaras. Therefore, the thing is that we can have a direct communication with the God, okay, without having the so-called sales people. So there is a new dimension of spirituality has come here. I can converse with the God even without going to the church, without going to the gurdwaras or the temples. And this is a new dimension, I would say. And the COVID-19 pandemic has brought me to that level and made me to realize that we can have a God which is a spirituality which is purely personal. A spirituality which is highly personal. And what happened was that, this is what I should say, maybe Professor Raymond Panikar uses the term cosmotheanism. Cosmos, theos, and anthropos. There cannot be the cosmos means the so-called earthly, the divine, and the human. And the interrelatedness amongst the three is actually interdependent also. Therefore, the thing is that we cannot conceive the possibility of a cosmos without a theos and an anthropos. And we cannot think about the so-called anthropos without a theos and a cosmos. Now, coming back to maybe the first speaker, His Excellency, the Governor of Kerala, he talked about self-knowledge. Of course, wonderful concept it is. Really, in fact, I should say, being, basically from Kerala and actually a part of Adi Shankara, nearer to my place in a way. So, in Brahma Sutra Bhashya, Shankara talks about the so-called self-knowledge. Okay. And he says that one thing, Brahma Sutra Bhashya, chapter 2, he says that, as long as the knowledge of the self, which is to be sought after, has not arisen, so long the self is a knower. And the same knower turns out to be the self, devoid of evil and blemish. So this is self-knowledge. And this knowledge, I would say, this is actually maybe, a knowledge which can privilege us to have, the Yagatma Darshana. From Brahma Bhavana to Atma Bhavana to Brahmatma Bhavana to Brahmatma Darshana to Yagatma Bhavana to Yagatma Darshana. And that Darshana is a spirituality for me. And I would say very frankly that, without the mediators, without the so-called salesmen, we can have direct communication with the gods. And this is what, of course, the corona pandemic has, taught me. So to summarize, I should say, the corona pandemic has brought at least 3 lessons to me. One is the ecological predicament. Number 2 is the humanistic crisis. And third one is, I should say, the theological dilemma. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
So, thank you, Professor Sebastian. Thank you, Professor Sebastian Velashiri.
Yeah.
So your speech was philosophically structured, very philosophically structured presentation you have made, and you have raised, or you have reminded us that something which people or humanity thinks impossible is possible. It is what the pandemic period has taught us. Several things which we thought were never possible in our day-to-day life, now it is being convinced that we can be modeled. Human nature can be modeled, provided there is, as I have already said, the intuitive social masters, very upright political leadership, and such good intentional people are there. People can be channelized, their values can be reoriented. So thank you for your brilliant presentation, Sebastian Velashiri. Thank you. Let me invite Professor D. Govikutan. And he was, apart from a professor in economics, he has put his, knowledge or mature in those areas. At present, he is heading a committee of government of Kerala in framing norms of housing, a new concept of housing in conformity with the nature or environmental friendly housing concept. And so he is heading that committee, and that way he has been engaged in several such useful, innovative projects. And in writing the development report of Kerala, for his writing, he got several appreciation from government. So let me invite Professor G. Govikutan to make his presentation. Professor G. Govikutan, please.
Thank you. One minute just interruption. 1 minute just interruption.
Okay.
Professor Kumar Ratnamji has joined with us, who is the valedictory guest and also the member secretary of Indian Council of Philosophical Research and Indian Council of Historical Research. So we welcome you, sir. Please go ahead.
Welcome, Professor Kumar Ratnam. Welcome, please. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Govinath, Dr. TPS, for giving me this opportunity. And my focus is on social distancing. Focus of my discussion is social distancing and hygiene. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes,
we can hear you. We can hear.
COVID-19 has affected all walks of human life. And it also reminds us about the interconnection of humans, and also interdependence of humans and nature. And now it is suggested that housing or social distancing is an important measure recommended for cure and prevention of COVID-19. And this social distancing can be approached from different perspectives. From a philosophical, I heard lectures yesterday, presentations yesterday, focusing social distancing from a philosophical perspective. But here, I am trying to present social distancing from a materialistic perspective. And for social distancing and hygiene, what is essentially housing, decent housing, or affordable housing? But what's the present situation? At present, about 1/5 of the total global population do not have facilities for social distancing, or they do not have decent housing. That is, now the UN Habitat estimated that about 1.8 billion people do not have adequate housing facilities. And this is one major issue. Another thing is, there are huge concerns around the potential risk in mechanically cooled buildings. In almost all the cities and all the offices are artificially or mechanically cooled buildings. The health risk in these mechanically cooled buildings is very, very high. The likelihood of spreading the disease is very high in these cooled environment. That means the temperature inside and outside is very different, and this will create problems, and this is creating health issues, and this is likely to this will contribute to the spreading of COVID-19. And that means the COVID-19 affected the very rich or those living in the comforts of air-conditioned houses, and also those without housing facilities. Then, what is the remedy? We have to find solutions, as many scholars already presented. We have to change our designs, change our material use. We have to change the housing pattern and housing situation. How? For that, spirituality is important. For that, we have to change the mindset. And changing mindset and change in the design. What should be the future design? Or future design should be it should be energy efficient, optimal use of space, and it should have facilities for water and waste disposal. And what should be the materials used? The materials used must be environment friendly, and it must take into account the sustainability concerns. There are 4 types of sustainability concerns. One is socio-cultural, economic, technological, and environmental. We have to consider all these concerns. Then only we can address the housing problems of all. Then houses must be affordable. We cannot neglect the interests of this vast majority of people. We have to give them affordable house. It is the responsibility of a state to provide or to facilitate them this decent or affordable or livable house. And the next normal, therefore, depends on what? Depends on how we address these issues. How we address and how we resolve these issues. And resolving these issues requires sometimes drastic measures. And without these drastic measures, we cannot address the issues or concerns of the increasing spread of COVID-19. Thank you. Thank you very much. Govi?
Thank you for because a very, very practical, several myths on building or building technology, because we all, even the poorest, not saying that way, we all believe that only concrete buildings and such constructions are viable or feasible or lasting. And that way we have been destructing nature. So a group headed by Professor Gobikuttan has been striving to demolish that myths, and his house itself is a model for this, conviction. And this mindset we have to change. I feel that his exposition will give us an awareness how we can change the mindset of the people that only concrete buildings and nature unfriendly buildings alone is sustainable. Such a myth is to be demolished, especially in the emerging scenario of this pandemic, because we have to be more cordial in harmony with Mother Nature. Thank you, Dr. Govikuttan, for your brilliant presentation. Thank you. Let me invite Dr. Sabu Thomas. Let me invite Dr. Sabu Thomas. Sabu Thomas, are you available on line?
I'm here. Am I audible, sir? Hello? Am I audible?
Yeah. So Dr. Sabu is a professor in Department of Political Science, Government College, Vadagara. And he's a serious researcher, and in many areas of political issues, political violence, and alienation. And he has several works in his credit. And I invite Dr. Sabu Thomas to make his presentation. Thank you. Please stick to time.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, Govindji, and thank you very much for your kind introduction, and very good evening to all. So, it's a great opportunity to hear from the great scholars from India and abroad. Well, we are all held in a catch-22 situation. But surely, as our Honorable Governor commented in his inaugural address of this prestigious webinar, we are trying to find out opportunities, maybe searching for silver lines out of these dark clouds. I hope that we can together chart out a better tomorrow for the country and the world. Let this webinar will be a historic step in that direction. Well, I would like to talk about new cohabitation and community prospects in a post-COVID-19 world. As we all know, the pandemic COVID-19 has created a complex world. Learned speakers of the various sessions on the previous day talked elaborately over the various aspects of the issue. I feel that they have left no stone unturned. Still, what I will try to do is to supplement the debates with my humble thoughts and perceptions. I use the word perception with an underline because we have not yet reached a point of time in this pandemic where we can take stock of issues and come out with concrete findings or suggestions. It is more or less pieces of dreams or some estimations or anticipation. In this paper, I would like to examine how this pandemic is going to redefine social life and to bring in new norms of cohabitation. My basic argument is that it is not only going to bring an economic or health crisis. As a student of social science, I am anticipating a social and governance crisis. Academicians and practitioners all over the world should think how to manage this crisis with a long-term plan. Well, there were times when history stood still in front of the many unfortunate witnesses struggling to get rid of the disease list pulling by its name. It ranges from Spanish flu to World War. The last in the line is this infamous pandemic COVID-19, which has plagued the human society, creating complex scenarios on global power structures as well as individual life patterns. Most of the economically sound nations, they are struggling in terms of medicine and other protective resources. Well, incidentally, the welfare claim of social security has broken down into pieces against the unparalleled disease burden. The unfortunate entry of this pandemic has created a panic-stricken global order, which has overthrown the very basic notions of human society, including freedom, rights, liberty, etc. The lockdown state and quarantined individual signifies a radical shift from right-based social order to duty-bound social system. Instantly, this demand is a shift from conflict politics to cooperative political strategies. Well, the pandemic has redefined social spaces, placing distancing as the norm of the day. It has also redefined the basic process of social structures like rights, freedom, equality, etc. For example, the right to freedom of movement for a citizen has been exchanged for the right of survival. National investments on development infrastructures are diverted to healthcare. Well, national priorities, they were also being restructured. Well, as of now, things are not so normal in the new normal. Let me go back to an instance in the early days of the pandemic. On March 28, 2020, Thomas Schaffer, a 54-year finance minister of Hesse State, Germany, he was found dead on a high-speed train line in the town of between Frankfurt and Mainz. He was actually the finance chief of the state for 10 years. He was working overnight to help companies and workers to deal with the economic impact of the pandemic. And the police explained that his death was a case of suicide. And sources close to him revealed that he was much worried about the crisis. Well, they was relieved to see that he was the only finance minister to choose a different solution to solve the problem. But this is not about death or suicide. It's an example to understand how things are going in the treasuries, in the government, in the governance process. Many countries are already accepted that the GDP growth for the next few years, maybe 2 to 5 years, it will be going to be negative. So the GDP goals are set aside in a wholesale fashion. Well, again, if you can do another scenario, you can see that there are a lot of protests going around all over the world, maybe US, UK, Spain, Brazil, everywhere. As a student of political science, I feel that this change, this protest signifies a new normal in the welfare model state. I have just seen a comment in the webinar discussion right now from Ganesh Das. It's talking about the use of the term autocratic. The government is imposing record restrictions, particularly in the case of India. I agree with you. But I think that it is the autocracy itself is redefined and has become a bit new normal. So it is a bit new normal. What I'm speaking is in the context of particularly in the Western area. So the demands for freedom and liberty are reappearing in many parts of Europe against the fact that it costs the very human security. The question is that whether the pandemic has brought back the authoritarian model of governance to political society. If so, the public tolerance towards authoritarianism is going to be drastically different from the days of Hitler and Second World War. Well, here again I may be asked a big question. Does this mean the golden days of Athenian democracy will be back? Well, this is a $1 million question that should be answered by the posterity. But the present answer is that there will necessarily be democratic revival. This democracy has to revitalize the grassroots foundations. Decentralized solutions are being demanded. For example, the solution to local issues in a post-pandemic world will be purely local. This may include incorporation of protectionism, tariff regulations, cultural seclusion, and all the aspects of localization. I mean globalization. The assumption is that in a post-COVID society, at least some of the basic postulates of globalization will be questioned. This may be in terms of trades and goods, culture, politics, etc. One sole example I have to cite here is the reduced significance of global actors in the fight against COVID-19. For example, WHO has been criticized and has been silenced, almost silenced. UN is nowhere in the scene. Well, this signifies a shift towards reliance on localized or regional solutions for many of the so-called global problems. Incidentally, I would like to invite your attention to an interesting scenario. Environment was a major concern for the global actors for a quite long period of time. Well, we talked a lot about global warming and everything like that. We debated endlessly to find out ways to solve this issue. But all was done without any concrete results. Now look at the present scenario. The pandemic and the resultant lockdowns across the globe have deactivated industrialization and urbanization. This has in turn helped in decreasing pollution of natural resources. The environment has regained some of its natural qualities. See, this was not compelled by any regulatory enforcement by any agency or any government. It was a natural result of reduced human activities. We can predict whether it will sustain or not, but we are not forgetting the human miseries behind these lockdowns and shutdowns. But one thing is evidence that it is possible for local communities and states to address global issues in a local level more effectively. It brings back the communitarian perspective into this debate. So here we have to talk about a collaborative effort to fight the pandemic. The civil society and also the state institutions should be taken interest, be it parliament or political parties. It seems that there is a large trust deficit in the government side in many parts of the world. That needs a revisit to the basic ideologies of democracy and citizenship. Well, as we know, the idea of democracy and citizenship emerges from the demand for the promotion of individual values and norms. It initially stands for the uniqueness of the actors in the political scenario. The question here is, shall we bring back the Hobbesian individual or let him be locked in the larger Platonic republic? As evidenced in the widespread protest movement in various parts of the Western world. The locking project is not going to be smooth and easy in many parts of the world. On the other hand, the other part of the world is already trained in the habit of association and cohabitation, including India. This paves way for evolving a new communitarian perspective to post-pandemic social life. The COVID-19 has necessarily a new model of community thinking in individual and public life. The prospect of live alone, die alone ends here. In order to fight this, we have to think of ourselves as part of the community instead of an independent individual. It's not all about standing still and becoming safe. It is standing together, becoming safer together. In the post-COVID-19 world, survival is more or less social or community-based. Take the example of the concept quarantine at individual level or containment in society aspect. In the society aspect. So it is not at all about standing still and becoming safe. In the post-COVID-19 world, survival is more or less social and community-based. So I feel that there is a larger micro-politics inside this practice of quarantine or containment. It is not about being alone or being segregated from others, but not to create the others in inverted comma, in a large sense. The individual risk has become a community risk. It has become the duty and burden of society to see that no one is infected. Well, that is now gone beyond pure ethical attributions, but it has become a survival necessity technique. That is what I mean by saying live together or die together. Well, I am about to conclude now. I admit that the new normal is not so comfortable and it's not so normal. It has many sharp edges. Issues are many. Structures are becoming more and more complicated. But I'm sure that humanity will survive with the right responsive change and emerge as winners against the pandemic. For that, what we need is a better understanding of the community and the self. The tradition of tolerance and accommodation are to be revisited and to be revitalized against the disintegrating trends of the globalized world. Let us live together and win together. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sabu. Dr. Sabu, in your presentation, you have focused on practical paradigms because many issues you have focused. It is of much importance, especially in the post-pandemic period. All these issues are to be looked into, especially communitarianism, the concept, which was there earlier. But its relevance is to be re-looked and rediscovered in the post-pandemic period for our survival and self-reliance. Thank you, Sabu. So let me invite, we have two more speakers. After that, we will have a 10 minutes announcement and session. And after that, we will have valedictory. So let me invite Dr. Jyotsna Rani Mishra. And Dr. Jyotsna Rani Mishra from Bhubaneswar, she's a social activities and a social service because she's the better half of Swami Sri Atmananda. And it's a long story. Before he turned into sannyasa, so such a, and she's a sahadharmini, true sahadharmini in that true sense. And she's engaged in social service and she runs a very famous Hindi journal. I forget its name, she will tell. And running schools and other charitable activities she's engaged with. So let me invite Dr. Jyotsna Rani Mishra for her short presentation. Thank you. So please unmute.
Hello, namaste ji.
Yeah, now we can.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah. Please proceed.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay. Pranam to each and everybody, those who are present here and those who are also not present. And I begin my contest that the subtitle nexus between human predicaments and the way of life. The post-pandemic situation is more challenging and will create more confusion and chaos if we do not prepare ourselves for a new normal. Scientists, political leaders, statesmen of every country collectively trying to handle the situation. This is the need of our now. Every day, the electronic media and print media inform us about the ravages of COVID-19. The data of how many are affected, cured, or died comes continuously. Human life has become a toy in the hands of COVID-19. From a newborn baby to 90-year-old, COVID spares none. It is spreading like forest fire and has engulfed the entire world. All the governments, scientists, and thinkers have started talking about the new normal in the post-pandemic world. The present new normal, like wearing a mask, washing hands with soap, social distancing, eating nutritious food, may to some extent slow down in the spread of the disease. But I think, is it enough to restore harmony and peace and sustain the pressure of economic development? I think this new normal is not enough. Before COVID-19, the world also has seen several pandemics that have caused havoc, death, and devastation. The plague, black fever, cholera, smallpox, swine flu, Ebola, etc. were all pandemic by nature, but human race is still not extinct and will never be extinct. History repeats itself, and we are now having COVID-19. How to face it? How to lead a normal life in a world ravaged by COVID-19 pandemic? From my daily observation of the life of the sadhus and saints living on the Giribalam road in this holy city of Tiruvannamalai, I see the norms of a new normal. That these saints are sleeping on the footpath under the trees in the open air. They are eating the food that is available to them through the generosity of local people and the government. They are chanting together, sitting in close circles without maintaining any social distance. None of them wear a face mask, nor they have filtered water to drink. Many of them also do not take bath every day. They neither use any cosmetics nor any luxury items. They lavishly sprinkle the holy dust all over their body, but there has not been a single case of COVID-19 infection among the sadhus, whereas every day the number of infected persons, people in the town is increasing. Most of those who are infected are living in permanent homes, eating good food, sleeping in air-conditioned rooms, or under the ceiling fan, taking daily bath with soap and shampoo, changing dresses every day, and taking a lot of supplement and vitamin pills. What is the secret? We are in the vulnerability of others. By watching them from a close proximity, I am thinking what these sadhus of which we don't have. So I found that they are living a life of nature, but we are living an unnatural life. When the world is trying to bring out the vaccine, how can we, the frightened humans, be at peace? The secret lies in the desire and the will to live a natural life. Desire to grow is ingrained in all living entities, from an ant to an elephant. The desire itself is not a problem. Man suffers because he is too scattered in his life. That is why I feel the new dharma should be a life of alignment with nature, which can give us the strength to face every adverse situation. Usually, when we are confronted with adversity, we have a natural tendency to see problem only, but not the solution. The nature of human perception is such that whatever is seen and experienced becomes truth for us. This happens only due to our limitations. Sensory organs can only perceive that which is physical. True spirituality helps us to transcend the sensory world and establish a connection with the terrestrial. Sometimes the fear psychosis also plays an important role in suffering. There are 6 fears for the human mind. These are poverty, deprivation, loss of the loved one, sickness, and death. The fear enters to our mind and destroys our tranquility. The famous poet Rabindranath Tagore has said, "Death is not extinguishing the light, it is only putting out the lamp because the dawn has come." Atharva Veda also defines fearlessness in a more comprehensive way, that abhayam mitrad bhayam gyantad bhayam purohita abhayam takta sambhava divan sarva asa mama mitra bhavantu. May we be fearless from friends and enemies, from the known and unknown, from night and day. May all the directions be our allies. This simple mantra of Atharva Veda also infused fearlessness in our whole physical and mental system. In a post-pandemic situation, on one side we will follow the guidelines of our governments, which will be new normal, and the other side we have to keep faith upon the divine play of the nature. Prevention and control methods to reduce the impact of the disease should continue till the vaccine has come. Thank you so much. Lastly, I pray before Lord to give everybody the good health and protect us from all this devastation. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jyotsna Rani Mishra. So you have made a very meaningful analogy between the modern man who is concerned about his health and who consumes all the vitamins, this, that, etc., etc. But the sadhus on the roadside, and she is witnessing every day hundreds of sadhus are there on the pavement around Girivalam or the Arunachal in Tiruvannamalai. And they are eating whatever is offered by others. And they don't have any problem, nothing like that. And therefore this analogy brings into focus how the way of life of our ancient seers or the sannyasis of even today pursues. How that such a way of life can be emulated for human sustainability. Thank you. May I invite Sri Janardana Menon for the last presentation of this session. And Sri Janardana Menon is a researcher in Shantigiri Research Foundation, and he had his career in Air Force as an officer. And after that, he came in search of Guru and joined the Shantigiri movement. And he has been a dedicated, a saint-like person who has dedicated all his life to the service of humanity through Shantigiri movement. Let me invite Janardana Menon to make his short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Let me go ahead with the outset. My prostrations at the feet of my Guru, my prostrations at the feet of his bhaktas, prostrations to the organizers and the rest, and at the direction in which you all stay. With that, sir, I will go to the subject I've chosen. That is the human sustainability and need for shift in present development paradigm. It consists of 4 subsections. One is welcome COVID, we fear you not. We select alternatives to overcome you. We go for an alternative administration. Last but not the least is our analysis, understanding to establish a guru-disciple system enunciated by Navajyoti Sri Karunakara Guru. Now, in sort of a further explanation of the first ever thing, we welcome COVID because it was an eye-opener. It gave us time away from the hustle and bustle of the maddening crowds in human noise. It gave us an opportunity to contemplate the traditional way of life, compare it with that of the vogue, establish right and needful one, not limited to this pandemic alone, without restricting ourselves to the piecemeal solutions. We are going for a generalized one, rather a holistic solution. Our Indian traditional way vis-a-vis the modern traditional way, when we see, we restricted the body contact, namaste against a handshake, few hugs and kisses. We remove the footwear, wash feet, hands and face before entry, as against use of footwear right to the kitchen. Personal hygiene. Along with that, we went for twice a bath and once a weekly oil bath. Liberal use of drinking water boiled with herbal and disinfectants like turmeric, ginger and jeera. Well, in the past. We have gone for fumigations. We have been doing that all along. Personal, household, and in public places to drive away these so-called microorganisms. We have got specific ergonomic disorders dispensed with. Eco and ergo seasonal centric medicines, dietary regimen. Our medicine is diet and diet is medicine, with geospecific plants, materials stored therein by the nature for our curative purposes. Then we went for local health traditions and restricted exotica. Hence, we had an affordable health care. I will ask the listeners to choose themselves whether this is okay or the present system of vogue is okay. Now we'll go, Dr. Paneerselvam talked about anthropocentrism, giving way to cosmocentric man, world and God. I've seen a picture called Benner, and the Benner syndrome, I called it. My guru told me that your children cannot be set right unless you set right the world and set right all the children. Otherwise, they will be torn away by the unscrupulous one. And this problem, we fear not, and we are prepared. But all those things of the past also have given way to caste-based untouchability, etc. These pandemics shall be overcome, not simply managed. We are doing a micro and macro management, and we are praising it, and I don't know whether it will suffice. In my opinion, we will have to overcome that. How? We will not submit to Malthusian economics, not to Oriental belief of lessening the burden of earth by this kind of pandemics, war, etc. Now we want to see whether we will go for a democracy or not. We will continue with the democracy or not. Democracy has got a universal participation, yet if the disinterested commoner wants only eat, drink, and make progeny, or an admixture of ignorance and fanaticism, as per Bhagavad Gita, he forms thus. The mind creates thoughts and goes to words, and that culminates into deeds, and repetition becomes habits. Habits make vasana, aggravated by Pidru, deity, star, planet, zodiac signs, etc., entrenching more firmly in this thought process. Their chosen leaders, worse. In the words of Vivekananda, they are street scavengers catering to the base needs of these people. They use even pandemics for biowar. The global warming scenario we remember, in which there was a discussion in Paris, I believe. Our Indian emissary Kamal Nath decided, he has declared boldly that he will not allow survival level emissions of gas as long as the luxury level emissions of the developed countries are stopped. Now, a great developed country has pulled out. So much for their democracy and ethics. Again, we are talking about ethics. We could go to are they religious? Let us see how it is. We have seen HIV and AIDS. The Old Testament talks about the towns of Sodom and Gomorrah destroyed by the rain of fire. And now, the democratic country has courts legalizing marriages of same sex. Marriages and debauchery are called DINGs, double income, no kids, and surrogate parents. These are the one we are supposed to follow in spite of the pandemic of HIV-like things. Well, does a theocracy bear fruit? Let us think about it. Most religions and heads are in the preparatory stage called Gauni in Sanskrit. They love their own and hate every other ideal. They have a canine instinct. The protection of their master's property as a dog, us. And of course, dog has more honesty than man. Spanish Inquisitions and Judean Holocaust are the examples caused by the silence of the theocracy, the religious, organized religions. We have got again religious liberals. Vivekananda calls them as opium eaters, craze for newer things. They want newer and newer things. Sort of religious drink mania. But not a finger is raised against a common cause if it is against narrow interest, narrow national interest. So is theocracy good? Well, that is also unfit for the thing we are of the world we are thinking of. We are welcoming. we are again going to say whether it is a guru-disciple system, whether it will be okay. But needs of the guru, they say it should. So Vivekananda talks about his guru, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. He says that majority of the people are talkers. They go and talk about unwanted things and not the fruit eaters. They transmit the only because they lack guru, and guru can only transmit spiritual experience. None can see God without guru. Intuitive knowledge has to be imparted by guru, and talker or a text torturer is fit only for unsound, empty brains. Again, we are talking about a lot of gurus. Suchaka Guru, well-versed in letters. Vachaka Guru, instructor of duties of various caste orders. Bodhaka Guru, superior to both types and initiates with 5-letter mantras. Nishibda Guru, a prohibited one who teaches Marana and Vasya. And Vihida Guru, who shows path leading to Vairagya. Karanakya Guru intimates Mahavakyas, cures diseases, etc. And at last, we have to have only Paramaguru who removes doubts and fear of death. This is from the Guru Gita declares about it. Now, let us, having given the framework of Guru, let us see whether it fits to the Sri Navadhyoti Sri Karunagara Guru. He was not a man of letters, hence not influenced by the works compiled by less evolved souls. He got all his wisdom not by Agamam, not by Anumanam, but Pratyaksham, as told by, as per the dicta of Lord Krishna. He has learnt and experienced elevation about the deities and demigods. And in spite of the dangers he encountered, his disciples too got visions by allegiance to him. Those deities then told the disciples about his greatness and the ways to revere him. He never told how we should behave towards him. It was given to us through the deities we had been worshipping, and it was their instruction we were been following. That he is the one to do bestow deliverance. Only elevated humans can get this kind of a vision, says Swami Vivekananda. I'm not going against his words, God forbid. But I have seen myself people who have been given the power of vision by mere allegiance to him. Our coordinator, our convener, Dr. Gopi and his family are shining examples for that. Since he is a Jivan Mukta, worshipping him only will make you like him. And this one, what is a problem confronting us? We are confronted with the problem of parental delinquency, which reduces or diminishes Abhimanyu effect. This stops the creative spirit in the children. Stoppage creates a latent aberration in those children and go for uncontrolled eruptions. You have heard people, small children of 8 and 12, shooting out at the masses with the automatic weapons. They are the causes. And lifestyle changes, disarray of family ties, emotional bondages come down, alternative attachment goes up, despair and despondency creeps in, escapism in the form of drugs, etc., go above, and the social values are not counted by the children at all. They give importance only to sensory organs and are selfish naturally. Creative mindset at the conception of these children at marriageable age is obviously low. That leads us to parental delinquency as a vicious circle. But again, these kind of people are there. They are welcome in the ashram by Navajyoti Sri Karnagara Guru, and he has set them right, not by corporal punishments or something like that, by making them, dividing them into various groups with satsangs, voluntary labor, Upanishad Upadesh, spiritual awareness, marriage of compatible souls. Holistic development of the souls will take place, right offspring spring around it, and the caste worship nexus, males, deities, star, planets, etc. we have talked about are nullified. That the children, along with the world, will be guided towards Satyasthiti. With that, with a paucity of time, I'm not going further about it, but would like to answer the questions, if any, either here in this threshold of this institution, or even when I am called for the sake of clarification. Thank you.
So, thank you, Sri Janardhan Menon, for making such a appealing presentation, and your experience, life experience you have put forward, and your experience with a Kalandra Guru, how such a Guru's presence, guidance can change the course of life and give salvation or liberation even to highest astral powers, Devi, Devas, all such powers which we believe to exist in astral planes. Such a Kalandra Guru can give not only such liberation, but can change the course of all human history. That since we are organizing this program, I thought it is not fair to glorify beyond a limit. Others will think that since I am adherent, a disciple of Guru, so there is a reality beyond all our non-dimensions, non-belief systems, hitherto non-belief systems, which we lost millions of years back, self-knowledge, Atmajnana paths that is retrieved and restored in Chandagiri by this Kalandra Guru, Navajyoti Sri Karnagara Guru. That is what he wanted to bring to your focus. Thank you, Janardhan Menon. Now we will come to 10 minutes, before we start validatory, and we would like to have a short deliberation or a survey of the past, 2 days conference, as well as some new initiative we are, because as a prelude, let me tell you, because many of the participants have requested to make this platform for a new initiative, because we need a new initiative, a truthful initiative, a sincere initiative. There have been innumerable initiatives across the world to bring about changes, positive changes to bring about a righteous life. But we know that all such initiatives have not fulfilled. We are not saying that this initiative will be fulfilled, but it is time to have a new global initiative of those people who are genuinely concerned about the plight of humanity. Despite all the solutions we have offered so far, despite all our of golden future, which in the beginning modern Western civilization offered. So we have gone through whatever spiritualism has offered, the initiation, and in modern civilization we have witnessed whatever modern civilization offered, but at the end of the day, where we stand. So in this context, we would like to make an announcement of a new initiative. Today, we had a conversation with the Honorable Governor of Kerala. You might have witnessed, listened to his presentation in the inaugural address, and he also told us that it is a time to launch a global initiative for a new world order, an alternative narrative. And this initiative, all the participants have requested us to have it, and they all are willing to join and to expand it across the world. Scientists, social scientists, people belonging to other areas of life, all they can be enjoyed in this humble initiative. And I hope that Professor Bhatt sir will elaborate it further. And before that, let me invite your attention to Swami Sri Atmananda. Today is his birthday, and yesterday we offered him that today we can, on this day, we can extend an ovation by folding our hands, an ovation to him for his, long years of life and service to humanity. We can fold our hands and extend our ovation to Swami Sri Atmananda, who will be a main pillar of this global initiative, and Kerala governor will be the patron of this initiative, and Professor Bhatt sir will be the chairman of this initiative. Dr. R.C. Sinha will be the principal advisor, chairman of ICPR will be the principal advisor of this initiative. Professor Kumar Regnam will be with us as a principal advisor. Then Dr. T.P. Shashumar will be with us to lead this initiative, and we will open this platform to all our brothers and sisters. And David Lawrence, I requested him to be on this meeting today. Don't leave. Dr. Professor David Lawrence is with us. He will take this message across, USA. Dr. Mitchell is with us. Dr. David Mitchell is with us. He has a powerful voice in USA. He will take forward this initiative across USA. Professor Christopher Chapley, he was with us. He joined this meeting exclusively to join his hands with this initiative, but because of his preoccupation, I understand he has left the meeting, and he will be very much, because across America, he has several groups of meditation groups and other groups in America. And in Africa, we have several friends to take forward this initiative, and we will formulate a vision document of this initiative in the coming days, and we will put forward this vision document before our well-wishers and scholars for discussion. That way we will formulate and finalize this vision document, and that way we will have our bylaw, and that way we will move further to take forward this global initiative for a new world order and alternative narrative. And let me invite Professor S.R. Bhatt, who is the mentor, guide of this initiative, to brief in few words the dimension of this initiative. Professor S.R. Bhatt, please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, please.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah.
So, to begin with, let us, all of us, congratulate and wish Pujya Swami Sri Atmanandji on his auspicious birthday a very happy, prosperous, long life in the service of humanity and for inculcating the spirit of spirituality in all of us. Friends, we had threadbare deliberations for the last 2 days on different issues from varied perspectives concerning the COVID-19 and its fallouts. We had very insightful and meaningful deliberations on the basis of which we can chart out our future course of action. Of course, this pandemic has stirred the whole humanity across the globe. Well, this will come to an end very soon. I am hopeful of that. All events, good or bad, have a beginning and also have an end. And we shall have its end through human effort only. All events are also caused by human enterprises, good or bad, and they can be removed only by human beings only. So we have therefore a universal human responsibility to meet this particular calamity and also to see to it, to have such a new world order wherein such dreadful eventualities do not recur. And therefore, we should have a new world order based on new value schema. And that value schema has to be holistic and integrated. Holistic in the sense that it should cover the entire globe, the living beings as well as non-living existences. Every existence has an intrinsic worth and also instrumental value, but we have to take care of both. We have to have some sort of respect for authentic existence of all living beings and inanimate entities. But they are all interdependent, and therefore they have that instrumental value also. But then their instrumental use has to be judicious so that we get the best out of them without harming them. And therefore in our culture, we give the example of a cow. A cow nourishes the calf, nourishes the human beings by yielding milk, but we are not required to exploit the cow. On the contrary, if we nourish the cow, cow also will nourish us. Likewise, about the nature also, we have to respect nature. We have to approach nature with gratitude, with some sort of respect. And therefore, there is a need for a change in our psyche. Instead of talking in terms of having some sort of mastery over nature we have to approach nature to help us for our wellness, for our well-being. So respect of nature. This should be the one of the, I think, guiding principles for a new world order. We these days are very much materialistic, and we forget that material aspect is only a small part of our existence. Professor Suman Pala has highlighted this particular point that in say human nature, out of the 5 ingredients, panchaskandha, 4 are psychical or spiritual. Only 1 is material. Of course, material is the base. It must be valued. We must value matter and not materialism. We must make a distinction. So we do say that Annamaya Kosha is foundational. Matter is foundational, therefore Annamaya Brahma. History Upanishad says. But then we should not have this sort of materialistic approach that matter alone is real and the spirit is either doesn't exist or is just a byproduct of matter. So this point has been highlighted by many of the scholars who presented their views. So there has to be therefore supremacy of spirit. Dharma is the only way out for peaceful coexistence and for universal prosperity. The third thing is that when we have to chart out the new world order, as I said, it has to be holistic. And therefore, all dimensions of the cosmos are to be taken care of. We have to take care of the natural environment. We have also to take care of the internal environment. And this apart, we have to take care of individual, family, community, nation, and the world at large. This is one aspect of it. The other aspect is that we have to take care of the social order, because we are social beings, human beings are social by nature, and therefore what should be the new social order, wherein there is a peaceful coexistence, where there is collaborative cooperation, and where there is a mutual caring and sharing, and both intragenerational and intergenerational justice. Thirdly, we also have to think of what should be the political order. Of course, democracy has been regarded as the best form of government so far. I'm emphasizing the phrase so far. But there are deficiencies in democracy, and one of the paper presenters also refer to that. So how democracy is to be suitably reframed, reformed, so that all its drawbacks and deficiencies are rectified. And we are not saying that democracy should be just left out, lock, stock, and barrel. Democracy has some plus points which should be retained, like public participation, freedom, rule of law, and so forth. But then, whatever are the minus points, we have to attend to that. And this can be done if democracy is given the foundation of dharma. A reference has been made to the theory of Purusharthas, dharma, artha, kama, and moksha by Dr. Surendra Singh ji, Ukarna ji. So, this particular model, Purushartha, is most suitable for framing a new world order, wherein there has to be, democracy should be transformed into dharmocracy. dharma should be the foundation and the orientation of the political governance. This has been the case in ancient India when we talked of Raj Dharma. So, or which Mahatma Gandhi also called as Rama Rajya. So that sort of political ordering has to be restructured. Then comes the economic setup, economic planning. Well, economy is is invented to serve. Instead, it has become profit motive oriented. Entire economy is not at all service oriented. We always talk in terms of how much profit a particular organization has earned. So we should have a change of mindset in our economic planning and execution. Well, here the goal should be to give rather than to receive. To give to the people, and to what to give? We have to give wellness. We have to cater to the wellness and also happiness of the entire humankind. And we go a step further and entire cosmos. So that there is no mutual exploitation, there is only mutual support. Likewise, we are also to offer a model of cultural coexistence. This universe is having multiculturalism, and there can be cultural encounters, but there should not be cultural hegemony. In cultural encounters, there can be give and take. All that is so good and beautiful in other cultures should be imbibed, should be assimilated. But then we should not be overpowered by alien cultures. And therefore, some sort of a harmony among the world culture is a need of the time. Likewise, we have multiple religions. Religious pluralism has come to stay. But then, what should be the mode of harmony among all religions? It has been also pointed out by one of the speakers that we should have a not religious education, but education about religion. What are the good points of each and every religion? Well, it must be made known to all of us. Every religion has some noble ideas and ideals, and all of them don't come into conflict. Rather, there has to be a concord among all of them. So the value schema pertaining to religious ideas we can put forth is that of harmony and some sort of a symbiotic approach to the religions of the world. Because religions have come to stay. Religions have very powerful influence on human psychology. And therefore, we can't do away with religion. Finally, I would like to point out that we have, and Professor Surendra Singh ji also has pointed it out, science and technology have been boon to us. They have given tremendous instruments for our betterment of living. But unfortunately, we have regarded science and technology as value neutral. They should, in fact, have been guided by valuational consideration of wellness and happiness. Instead, we say that, well, science and technology are to be governed by either the scientists themselves or by the political power that we. In fact, this leads them. This leads for the misuse of science and technology and harmful effects. Therefore, there has to be a happy symbiosis of science and spirituality. Science should be spiritualized and spirituality has to be scientific, both ways. So we have to think of this particular aspect also in a new world order. And finally, I would say all this is possible if and only if we have an adequate, proper system of education. In education, which is not just merely information gathering or something which is transforming. It transforms our psychology, our mindset, and which make us noble. Of course, we do require skillful persons, learned persons, but that's not enough. We also need good persons, virtuous persons, and the society should be a virtuous society. And therefore, we should evolve such a method of education in terms of its goals, in terms of its methodology, in terms of its education, so that the education becomes really meaningful in our all-round development of the body, development of the mind, development of the intellect, and more than that, development of the soul. And therefore, we have to think very seriously as to what should be the blueprint for a new world order, wherein every aspect, every dimension, every facet of human and cosmic existence is taken care of. It's not an easy job, but then given will and determination, it is possible. And therefore, education should be overhauled and should be oriented towards human wellness as well as cosmic well-being. So I hope that the platform, which is envisaged by Dr. Gopinath ji, would be empowered by all of us to undertake that sort of performance. We can therefore, in a collaborative enterprise, think of what can be the blueprint for a new world order.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sarpat. So he has laid down a tentative foundational principles of the new initiative. And and Professor Sumanapala joined the meeting again to extend his support to this initiative. And he told me that he can contribute a lot in Sri Lanka because he has such a vast, number of followers across Sri Lanka. And that way, those who are committed, apart from their personal family life, those who are committed towards the good of society, good of the well-being of the other, I hope that such people are very much there in our society or across the world. And once we initiate something, more other people who are more meritorious, they will come forward and they will take up the initiative to higher dimensions and levels. Therefore, there should not be such a self-centeredness or such a parochial feelings or ends while we ponder over or initiate such initiatives, because we find that all initiatives have failed because those who initiate will have some ill motives or veiled motives, intentions, and interests. This has failed all our endeavors, including the sacrifice of great saints and seers after their departure, physical departure, who take forward, who take over their missions. Always we have found that they are less evolved They are less evolved spiritually and culturally. Therefore, we find that divisions crop up. Divisions takes place. All the paramparas, all the lineages in the known history, we have found that after the demise, physical demise of the founder, gurus, prophets, or masters, mediocre disciples, because we find that disciples have always been less evolved, very, very less gurus had the fortune of having highly evolved disciples. Therefore, that has always been a limitation in human history, that great movements, see the great movements of Buddhist or any movements, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, we take any movements. All these movements, after some time, deviated, got distorted in its direction and failed in its intentions.
No, we can have the,
when we read history,
we can have the
valuable wisdoms. That is why this factor. Therefore, we will go for So this we will formulate this blueprint parameters, and we will send a circular. We will to all the participants, and they can take it up to their other, others, and that way in the coming days we will go ahead with this effort. Thank you for all. We will go to our concluding session, valedictory session, and we have Professor Rajashekharan Nair will extend or welcome, and we have Dr. T.P. Shashimar, and I find that Swamiji has not joined. Swami Jnanathasi, he has not joined the meeting. He was supposed to give a blessed address, but he is absent. Dr. T.P. Shashimar will make some observations, special address. Professor Kumar Reknam, a very, very eminent professor of philosophy, or history. Am I right?
Yeah.
Professor of history, and he is a member secretary of Indian Council of Historical Research. Along with that, he is the member secretary of Indian Philosophical Research in charge. And not only that, you have noticed that during his tenure as member, ICHR as well as ICPR could achieve a lot of things, could manage things in a proper manner. We are thankful to you, Professor Kumar Reknam, for joining this conference, and I invited Dr. Rajashekharan Nair to initiate the welcoming address, and I hope that after Professor Kumar Reknam's address, Swamiji will give a 5 minutes concluding remarks. Swami Atmananda. Thank you all, Professor Rajashekharan Nair.
Thank you very much, Professor Govindath Pillai. I'll be very brief because we already know each other the last 2 days, and I know there are a lot of ideas. We have to take it forward, and I think it is in that context this movement that Professor Bhatt and Dr. Govindath Pillai initiated is very important, and we have been shifting between several dichotomies. Good and bad, positive and negative, certain and uncertain, and of course, lastly, health and ill health. And it is important that we have to realize that it's very easy to adopt a negative approach, but it is very difficult to have a positive viewpoint. And some of us know, I think many of us know that Mahatma Gandhi was affected by the Spanish flu in 1918, and he was confined to Sabarmati Ashram. Along with him, the two other great figures of Indian literature, Munshi Premchand and Nirala. Nirala lost several members of his family during this epidemic or pandemic in 1980. And we know where they stand now. I think that is the power of positivity. And it is in this context that we have to, this important step that Professor Bhatt and Professor Gopinath initiated is very, very important. Complete my formality, but we already know each other very well. I welcome Professor Kumar Ratnam to this valedictory session, and he will be giving a special valedictory address. He is a well-known historian and works on history of freedom movement and art of culture and art and culture, etc. I think he's jointly holding this member secretary position of Indian Council of Historical Research and Indian Council of Philosophical Research. A hearty welcome to him to the valedictory session. And we also have two other great figures, Professor T.P. Shashikumar, and he's a well-known space scientist and a great scholar. Very well, although he's a space scientist, he is also interested in the spiritual aspects, and is a great scholar on spiritual movements. And thirdly, we have Swami Gurunand Jnanatapasi. He'll be joining shortly, and both of them will be giving a special address to this valedictory session. Over to Professor Gopinath would like to conduct the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nair. And I invite Dr. T.P. Shashikumar to make an address. And all of us know Dr. T.P. Shashikumar. Over the last 2 days, we have acquainted with each other, and we know his potential and caliber and his background. Please. And so your mic, unmute your mic, please unmute your mic.
Namaskaram. Namaskaram.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gopinath ji, for
same to you. Yeah.
Chance on attending 2 days of workshop with so many learned speakers across geographical and knowledge sphere. I am delighted and honored to be here to make a short remarks on probably looking at how I enjoyed the whole deliberations. I'm sure all of us will agree that the whole conference got a different higher level with the inaugural address of, I may call not Honorable His Excellency, the Arif Ji Maharaj, the philosophy to a practical with a lot of quotes and references to mythology, the total Indianism, clearly spoke of not a normal, this is the normal, which is at present, which we are going into. Most of us are in lockdown, or maybe some people are too much locked down, not because they choose that as their option. Probably they are more worried about the lockup, which may happen if they don't obey the lockdown rules. We have to fight like what happened to the war which happened in the biggest war ever happened in the world. Else Duryodhana may win. The dharma is to win. To whom to ask? The blind Dhritarashtra, like all of us, we have to ask somebody. The Mahabharata probably have to be rewritten in the COVID conflict time. Bharata Kshetre, COVID Kshetre, Samaveda Yuyutsavaha, Mamaka, NRIschaiva, Kima Kurvada, Modi ji. Probably somebody will give an answer, maybe this conference. Yatra Yogeshwara, not Krishna, self, the spiritually higher self in all of us. Yatra, the skills in action. Tatra Sri Vijayo Bhur, Dhruva Nidir Badr Mamaha. The success and prosperity will be there. So we are looking at not a problem of, as the theme of the session says, political, historical, philosophical, but it has come more on a psychological approach. That is what Bhatt also mentioned at the end. It's all in the mind. Dukheshu anudhiknamana, sukheshu vigataspruha, vida raga bhaya krodha stitatir muniruchyate. The fivefold development, the Vedic normal, not the new normal, all the old normal. I think we must go to the Sanatana normal, which will give physical, emotional, intellectual, social, and spiritual development. I, being a psychotherapist, just few minutes back, I got a call from Gulf with problems of his family who are suffering in Kerala. For last 6 months, they had problems of physical problems. The 3 months of medicine which is given, when I looked at it, it's all psychological problems. The complaint is undefined diseases. That is mostly because of the worry inside. Just 2 hours back, I was talking to some students of Mysore who are D-Farm students. All the students are stuck there. Their parents are not able to see them. And they are doing nothing because exams are not there. They cannot move from this place. This is a new normal, or what is to be done? What is that? What we have to give them is more a psychological strength. Why people are not able to gain that strength? Why people have to move from one place to another place, leaving their job? We have seen a lot of people moving across India. That much number of people are coming from abroad to India. Are we losing our normal, or are we looking at a post-pandemic normal which is going to come? Or will we go back to the same lifestyle again, forgetting what happened? Because humans have less memory. Immediately the problem is solved, we all will go back to the same. We are not that swa-ashraya, the self-dependent. We are all dependent on somebody else. But that dependency should be a local-based dependency with a global outlook. Why people are in a hurry to go back to their own home, which probably was not their home, because people live across the globe as the whole part of their life. But when there is a problem, they have to run back to their own family members. Why we are not able to make a social life for them? Why we as a country is not able to develop our agro farm? In 1974-76, when we had a GDP down, Manmohan Singh was not part of any politics, but as an economic advisor, he was giving advice to Indira Gandhi during that time for the finance minister and the agricultural minister to improve the agro farm. That is what is to be improved. The village town development, the TV model which we have, the town and village development, where we are not able to do that in India because just we don't have the warehouse and logistics in the villages. We are not looking for big factories in villages to develop the village into a town. We have to look at a warehouse and logistics development in villages. Why that is not happening? It is not because people don't want to do it. I think there is a mindset. I think the whole conference, there were a lot of reference in mindset. I am bringing that to one example of changing the mindset to the rich and the poor. When there is disparity, the disparity becomes more and more. When the trouble enters, the poor and rich difference is going to be too much. Therefore, the detachment will come. If you don't reduce the disparity, the selfless, the selfish, contentment, the detachment, clarity, the service, ego, all the good words which we talk will have a different meaning. I think the materialistic world is not different from the spiritual world. The spirituality which makes us to do service, you can do service only when you possess. If you are not rich by yourself, you will have to find your way. When you become rich, do we have the spirituality enter in us at least a little bit, so that we become more sattvic. The Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga, which talks about service, not in sattvic way, and people do service in rajasic way also. That is why the Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga explained that. I'm sure we should understand the Purusharthas, Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha in that level with a Vedantic socialism, what is defined by Swami Vivekananda. That becomes an answer to the conflicting between the spirituality and the materialistic life. Ego is fine, it is good. Desire is also fine. But what is bad is a egoistic desire. The ego of political, historical, philosophical isms which we have. We have a bondage with all these. Very, very clearly we have bondage in relationship, bondage in attachment, bondage with all that boundary. I call it as BPO, biological, professional, official bondage. We have ABCD bondage. Affinity, affiliation, boundary, culture, caste, dependency. Unless we come out of these bondage, I am sure we have no freedom. The freedom thought is what is essential. If not to us, let us give that to the next generation. The possessing is not bad. Ego is also not bad. Understand that. The manas has to change. Purnaya manasi sampurnam jagat sarvam sudhadravaihi upana gudapadasya nanu charma strudaiva buvuhu. The mana is the darpan. Manam darpana samanam. Shankara said. That reflection should change. It is not that what we learn and action. What we learn through the brain goes to the mind for a reflection, the manas. The buddhi and manas has to reflect. That reflection happens, I think the action becomes spiritual. The social distancing left many of us working for us in a suicidal mode. How many people, how many students, how many youngsters? You can see celebrities also committing suicide. Is it not a problem in the society? The insecurity feeling which they have. The worst part of life is the insecurity feeling. The live in fear ever. L-I-F-E, life. Live in fear ever. Has to be changed into live in full enjoyment. That should be the paradigm shift which we should look for. The action and the reaction. That is not what we have. A reflection which comes from in us. The factual, materialistic world, understand a spiritual concept inside that, so that the natural, materialistic, physical world will become so nature dependent. We become part of nature. We are not away from nature. It has to be an internal ability. The bad ontology should go. The inability, the intuitiveness, everything has to change. I'm sure the me changes to we, a mirror reflection. Me, if you write and put a mirror, it becomes we. That is the shift what we should look for. Therefore, that bondage, which becomes an instrumental for all of us to become a human and social being, a creative human, a social bondage with a highly philosophical, historical, practical, political bondage should go. Because all of us, we look at everything from the old perspective. The human, different, that which makes us different is a spiritual ecology, inclusive of every living being, not even our relative, my kids, my biological kids, no, everyone who is around us. Let be that a universal awareness built in us. If we want to change, there is only one method. The education can change. I think the conference was emphasizing on that by many speakers. We are into a new education system, putting the same syllabus, same stuff, only in a e-classroom. And that e-abnormality, I don't call it as normal, the e-abnormality classes. I was part of electronic educational consortium by the UGC. I know how it happens. The same slide, same step, same comma, same full stop. In every place, just that jargon, nothing else. You put the same slide, same content, same either video or the same class. 40 years old classrooms. I think the same subject has to be changed. The subject has to change. The syllabus has to change. I am teaching students in US. They have got an AP board system where you can choose the subjects and then select, which are all life-oriented programs. You can take physics, you can also take social science and language together and learn. When are we going to change this? I think this is the right time to revamp the whole thing. A social style has to come in our learning system. Get more close to the social life. Care, share, love, learn. We keep talking about this philosophy, but that is not going into our younger children. They are competing in classrooms. The parents are saying, don't share, don't show, don't love, don't talk to anybody. Is it the education system? The physical, emotional, intellectual, social, spiritual development is happening. Do you think our youngsters, like a celebrity who wanted to become something in his life, when he lost 3 months of income, he commits suicide, or his popularity is not entertained, he is upset? What is this education system which we have? The change education perspective. What is happening? The old generation is dumping ideas in the new generation. That has become our education system. I think let that old generation cover everything they want and become watching. We have a system of life where you have to have a bachelor and then get into garhastya and then get into sannyasa. But at sannyasa level, you start teaching the youngsters what they are supposed to do. You have to cover yourself. Let the youngsters discover. Let the cover go. Let them come with a discover. And I'm sure when the discover comes, the new normal will come. The new normal is what we are supposed to define. I think it should come from the people who really require that. I'm sure let this new normal be defined by a lot of young blood who looks at not historical perspective, but a psychological perspective, which covers philosophy, political, historical, and life lessons. Thank you. God bless you. And I thank all the people who
Thank you, Dr.
and reflect upon what they spoke. God bless you.
Yeah. So thank you. Your presentation is self-explanatory, because everybody could understand and appreciate what you said. Very practical points, suggestions, observations, appreciation you have made, and which is very valuable in the present situations, but nobody understands what they are doing. It is the greatest dilemma. So that awareness is to be brought in, and to bring in such awareness, I hope that such a novel approach in education system and very spiritual, psychological approaches in addressing mental problems, all such problems will be very contributive. Thank you. So let me invite Professor Kumar Reknam to deliver his valedictory address. I have already brought out his contributions. Thank you, Professor Kumar Reknam, please.
First of all, I congratulate the organizers for this international webinar, who have chosen such a relevant topic, post-pandemic global scenario and new normals. A philosophical, historical, and political perspective. Honorable Chairman of ICPR, Professor R.C. Sinha sir, my spiritual guru, teacher, mentor, Professor R.S. Bhatt, S.R. Bhatt sir, Indian as well as the foreign dignitaries, speakers, scholars, of different disciplines, philosophy, history, psychology, political science, etc. And the spiritual guru, Swami Guruanandji, Professor K.P.S. Kumar, and the technical coordinator, Shri Parmuji. After such a brilliant discourse by the eminent scholar of their field, I don't feel is there anything left to say what being an executive head of the ICPR and the student of philosophy of art and history. As far the pandemic is concerned, in the last 2 days we have discussed several dimensions, socio-economic, psychological, political, as well as economic aspects and psychological too. But we should go back to the history of the pandemics. We should start from the Rome and the major pandemics after the First World War, influenza. And we should also study and think over the global after the pandemics. What changes occur in social life, economy, polity, as well as the human behavior. Present time is quite different undoubtedly. What? As far the India is concerned, at that time there was a British rule and Indians were treated as an second-class citizens, or the British government has given a vast administrative powers to the collectors. They entered in the families of the Indians and destroy their social structures and the rituals too. But at that time, the scenario has totally changed. This pandemic has no differentiate with the developed country or the developing countries. As Europe and America is suffering a lot, but in India it is very late, has come in late. The reason is that the lifestyle of India, human values, Indian living system, food culture, etc. So we should very seriously think over it after this pandemic, when the new era will start. The world is saying very eagerly towards India. And India's lifestyle, Hindu values, rituals, and food culture, as already said. Rightly remarked the previous speaker, the educational system should be changed and is to be changed. There must be added new subjects like pandemic management, Definitely this will come in the syllabi after this pandemic. In this regard, how the pandemic affects society, art, literature, science, education, economy, and the polity. The scholars very seriously remark in their presentations has taken up the several issues with several examples. This is the time to think over it, how the India will stand after this pandemic and where the India will stand. There are so many opportunities for India, as our Honorable Prime Minister says, the next century will be of the India on the basis of Atmanirbhar Bharat. I feel that the new modern era, or the post-pandemic era will be of the India. But we should work over it. As the previous speakers pointed out, Indian lifestyle is spirituality, dharma, purusharth. Undoubtedly, these are the philosophical terms. But in India, in Indian life, it matters. So, if we think over it very seriously, if we see to the economic, when America is Italy, France, etc., and Britain even, not in good position. But in Indian economy is not booming, is surviving. Market is at par. As the responsibility of this pandemic is not yet to be decided, even everybody knows from where this COVID-19 came out. And thus that country wants to be a superpower. In this regard, we should also very seriously think over the diplomacy of the country, but rather international diplomacy. We should return towards the Bharatiya Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam concept of universal family. The lifestyle will totally change. Social distancing, hygiene, etc. will come in the lifestyle. So, I hope that the post-COVID-19 pandemic era will be of India. We are already being late, and I as earlier said that nothing is left to say for the student of a history of art on this philosophical discourse. Even I feel thankful to the organizer, especially to Professor Gopinathanji. From the very beginning, he is in touch with me and every time he reported me the development and the programs, etc., and discussed. Finally, I congratulate to the organizers and pray to Almighty to provide us the circumstances to be there in the ashram to see physically but virtually be as I realized. Thank you very much. Once again, I tender my thanks to all the organizers and the listeners, academicians, the scholars, and the philosophers too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kumararatnam. So your humility is very much visible in your approach and speech, and as well as your greatness. And from a philosophical and historical perspective, you approached the subject and your experiences, what you see around, you looked at in your own way, looking from the angle of art of history or philosophy and practical life. It is very enriching exposition you have made, Professor Kumararatnam. We appreciate your humility, humbleness, and I hope that while you would be in the hem of affairs as member secretary in ICPR and ICHR, several useful things you can initiate, you can support towards the cause of disseminating practical, useful issues, deliberations, get together. Thank you, Professor Kumar.
I want to share one thing more.
So before
that,
please.
I am very seriously thinking about to establish a regional center either on Chennai or Kerala. If the proposals comes to our council, we will be happy to establish a regional center, as our chairman is also of the view to establish an regional center in the south.
Is it an ICPR center?
Then we will
ICPR center?
Regional center of ICPR.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it's a very, appreciate. We all appreciate this initiative. We will be glad if we don't have that regional disparity. Wherever you find the most befitting, most conducive, we are with you and we will work for that. Thank you, Professor Kumar. And before closing, I would invite Swamiji to extend a few words of, blessing or whatever you feel like in few words, Swamiji. Swamiji, you are, yeah. Please. Mic is muted, I think. Mic is muted.
Oh, Govind, are you asking me to speak something?
Yeah. So a few words, everybody expects a few words from you.
Yeah. What I will speak, I'm actually with the impact of this webinar. I previously had no experience of this webinar. I was only having experience of seminar, but that such a thing happening for the first time, and it has given lot of thought, lot of incentive, lot of inspiration how we can really make the best use of this technology. So it was a very, very productive 2 days of deliberation, and such a rare opportunity to listen to the galaxy of scholars and scientists and saints and wise men of different discipline. So one thing that I was listening to Professor S.R. Bharji today, something actually he said that has steered my thought that if we can think of organizing another webinar based on the theme of the scientific applicability of the world's religions. Because what I got the idea in these 2 days is we have distinguished scholars from different disciplines. Not only is it just philosophy, political science, sociology, psychology, anthropology, science, religion, spirituality, yoga. It's just a wonderful gathering, collective wisdom. So, since the whole world is in crisis, whether we really feel that the time has come when the thinkers, the scholars and the spiritual beings on earth can have an intensification to put forth the wisdom of all the principal religions of the world and deliver it on its applicability to the modern conditions of life. Whether this is something that can be given shape, I think our Professor Dr. S.R. Bharji, he is having such versatile depth in all the discipline branches of knowledge and all the religious tenets of all religion. So if something like this can be done, where we can invite not only the scholars of every religion, but also scientists and policymakers. See what a great contribution His Excellency Governor of Kerala has given. Completely, I was speechless. My whole impression has changed that although a politician by profession, what a tremendous wisdom, command over the scriptures and his experiential wisdom, it has really touched everybody. So because of this seminar only it was possible. So what you feel all, will it be possible to have such a conference where we can think of the applicability, the scientific application of the world's major religions, the teaching, the wisdom of the major religions, something like that. I think our Sir Bharji can give me a concrete shape to what I'm thinking. This is my thought actually. So such a thing can be done with the support of ICPR, and there are many organizations also that can support, and our movement, Satya Chaitanya International and Divine Mission USA also can play a very major role. And I would also suggest, I have another group I know in USA, this is ICC group, and I have seen there dozens of really true seers belonging to one branch of this Christianity, but they derive all their inspiration from the sun god, which is something very scientific and has its relevance to our entire teachings of the Veda, Jainism, Hinduism, Buddhism. So, and our Dr. David Mitchell is here also. He is a very prominent scientist and also a spiritual scientist. He can coordinate that part in USA. And I also listen to two of our great scholars, those who have come from USA, and they presented in such a beautiful way. So why not we join together and think of another seminar, and it should be done soon, so that we can deliberate on the scientific application of the teachings of the world's major religion to the modern life, modern challenges of life, something like that. This is what I felt.
We welcome this idea, Swami. We welcome this idea. We welcome this idea. I hope Professor Bhatt and Professor Kumar Regnam will take initiative, and I hope we can have it in the near future. So, Professor, so regarding our new initiative, and one sentence Professor Sumanapala can speak, one sentence in support of our new initiative. One sentence you can speak. Sumanapala, are you here?
No, the voice was cutting. I could not hear.
Yeah.
Gopinathji, can you please say it again?
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah,
Can
please,
you hear me?
one sentence, how will you look at this new initiative? Please, how will you extend your support to this initiative, global initiative?
Actually, this movement is very important. And therefore, in order to support this movement, this organization, I will extend my ideas to the other scholars in Sri Lanka and also other important people, and I will support for your initiative, and I can distribute this idea among the scholars in the university level as well as social level. And I think they will be very happy to have this.
Thank you so much.
To participate in that.
Thank you. So, Professor David Lawrence, how will you support this idea? Professor David Lawrence, how will you support this new initiative? Please switch on your mic.
I will try to promote understanding between different religions and value of how in India people have long had that understanding, and I also think that Indian spirituality has a lot to contribute to the world, and I'll teach it and I'll bring it up in conferences, and I try to get all the support I can find from my colleagues.
Okay. Thank you, Professor David Lawrence. Dr. David Mitchell, can you hear? David Mitchell, can you hear? Hello, David Mitchell. How will you look at this new idea of initiating global initiative? How will you look at it?
I was intrigued by S.R. Bhatt's concept of dharmocracy, and I could see how that could be related to certain thoughts, spiritual, religious, not really religious, but spiritual thinking in the United States by Ken Wilber, how it relates to hierarchical. There's an aversion to the concept of hierarchy in terms of, because it's been used in the past for domination. But growth hierarchy is part of nature. It's implicit in nature. It's about consciousness evolving. So dharmocracy could be related to that, perhaps. That it would take people through the pandemic might have to understand or reevaluate their own values, go within and crystallize what's really important in life, and to reimagine their future in a more value-centered way, spiritual values, and so on. And maybe some synthesis could come forward. That's a synthesis of Ken Wilber's concepts of hierarchy, growth hierarchy being a hierarchy of consciousness, different stage levels that one evolves through and sees through in terms of consciousness. And if that could be accepted more, that could be comparable to the concept of dharma in certain respects.
Okay.
So those are my initial thoughts. Anyway.
Okay, thank you, David Mitchell. So, Samji, we are closing it. Would you like to say a few words on this new initiative? A few sentences, Samji. 1 or 2 sentences on this new initiative. Like to speak on this new initiative, Samji. Hello. Hello. So please, Samji, can you hear me? Can you hear me? The mic is muted. The mic is muted. Mic is muted. Your mic is muted, Samji.
Yes.
So before we close, 1 or 2 sentences, Samji, 1 or 2 sentences on this new global initiative, please.
Yes, I fully support and commit myself. Whatever is possible on our part, we will definitely support this new initiative.
So regarding your proposal of holding a conference, a webinar, international webinar, we will take seriously, and we all will support and extend, and we will see that it is materialized in the near future. With these remarks, I invite Dr. the program officer of ICPR, and who has been behind this initiative and highly supportive, helpful, and his advice. All this is to be in organizing the next meeting, as well as all our future ventures. I invite you to deliver the vote of thanks, and followed by Maria will also extend a vote of thanks on behalf of Satya Chandra. Dr. Sushin Dubey, please extend the vote of
I welcome Dr. Sushin.
Hi. Thank you, Namaskar, sir, and it was very pleasant to listen to you in the valedictory session, and at so late, I am thankful to all our participants who have joined we are reaching 10 p.m. here in Indian time, so it is again new normal for us to get united and discuss, and it was so interesting, and Dr. Gopinath has been continuously uniting and binding all of us. So first, the vote of thanks goes to him, because he only initiated this program, I think, 10 to 15 days back. And because of that, this journey has come up to this stage where we are all happy with our all discussions. So I very much thanking him, as well as Shantigiri Institute, Honorable Swamiji, and all fellows who have joined and contributed. And also again, I thank Swami Atmaram, his ashram, and all distinguished foreign scholars and practitioners and devotees who have joined us, who have devoted their time, who have been with us with all the time, and will be our further endeavor in our new program that has just been discussed. And in addition to that, our Indian all scholars who have been time to time joined with us, and they have put their questions, their remarks, which has given significance and which has given new meanings for our discussions that we have had in this program. So a sincere thanks to all, because without participation we cannot enrich ourselves. So my sincere thanks to all our distinguished participants, and my sincere thanks to all our distinguished speakers in earlier sessions also, who have contributed a lot in this program. And also thanks to the son of Dr. Gopinath ji, who has been behind to him in his technical support. And I also thanks Sri Piyush Parmuji, who have been technically coordinating this program from Chandigarh. This program is simultaneously being hosted from New Delhi, from me, and from Chandigarh, and at the level of Dr. Gopinath ji, to make it uninterrupted for all of us. So I thank you all. And also Honorable Governor, His Excellency for his time, and our Chairman, Professor Ashish Sinhaji, and my sincere thanks to all. Thank you all.
So thank you, Sushindi. Very heartfelt thanks for your kind gesture. Thank you for the smooth functioning conduct of this webinar. Thank you, Sushindi. Please, I invite Vishnu Priya to extend a vote of thanks on behalf of Kapil Chedra. Please.
And one great thanks also to Sushindi. Sushindi also, I don't know you, but you've done a fabulous coordination of everything. And I just want to finalize that vote of thanks. Thank you for taking it. It's an incredible deliberation by everyone. And what I've noticed is one thing that everybody spoke to touch on. If someone could mute their microphone, if you mute the microphone, if they're not speaking, that would be very helpful. Sushindi, that's your job. You're on top. One thing that we spoke about everyone is nature, and diversity is in nature. And one verse from Gita. Yada bhuta pritag bhavam upastu anupasati tata eva chavistaram brahma sampadyate tada. That Swamiji's translation, when one realizes that the diversity of all beings rests in one Brahman and all come forth from it, he is said to have attained the Brahman. So we know nature lives through us, and we're all the diversity. Let us all come together in our diversity. And thanks to everyone. We'll finish with one mantra from the Rig Veda. Samano mantra samiti samani samanamana sahachittamesham samana mantram mantrayeva samanimavo havisha jahomi.